Hey guys, tonight we're stepping into a medieval world that makes modern entertainment look boring on purpose. Imagine a village so creatively unhinged that boredom wasn't a problem. It was a sport. No phones, no Netflix, no memes. So people invented their own fun. And by fun, I mean chasing pigs through marketplaces, battling for oversized wheels of cheese, and holding public contests where gas was considered a talent category. Historians even say some festivals judged competitors on loudness, style, and dramatic flair, which honestly sounds like the world's first reality show, just without cameras. And if you think that's strange, wait until we dig into the things they did when they got really bored. Trust me, by the end of tonight you'll feel grateful that your weekend plans don't involve livestock, public humiliation, or medieval dairy-based combat. Hey friends, tonight we'll walk right through the heart of the strangest, most wonderfully bizarre medieval village you've never heard of, where entertainment was homemade, animals had opinions, and nobody quite knew what would happen next. Before you get comfortable, like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy this. And tell me in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Let's be clear about something. Medieval people didn't have Netflix. They didn't have escape rooms or theme parks or even a decent board game. What they had was imagination, livestock, and an alarming willingness to turn absolutely anything into entertainment. And honestly, they might have been onto something. The day a chicken became saint and chaos ruled the church all right. Here's where things get absolutely ridiculous. And by silly, I mean we're about to witness the single most chaotic moment in this village's religious history, which is saying something considering Father Aldrich once blessed a turnip by accident. You see, medieval churches were supposed to be places of reverence, solemnity, and spiritual contemplation, quiet spaces where people connected with the divine through prayer and reflection. But this is medieval England we're talking about, where nothing stayed quiet or solemn for long, especially not when livestock got involved. Let me paint you a picture of a typical evening vespers. It's approaching dusk, and the chapel bells have rung well. They've rung eventually, after Father Aldrich remembered they existed. The villagers are gathering, shuffling into the small stone church, with its crooked pews and walls that lean like they read tired of holding up the roof. The air smells like wax, damp wool, and the lingering scent of too many people who haven't bathed recently. Candles flicker along the walls, casting shadows that make the painted saints appear to be judging everyone, which, to be fair, they probably were. Father Aldrich stands at the altar, having successfully remembered to wear shoes this time. Mismatched shoes, but shoes nonetheless. He's cleared his throat precisely twice, which signals to everyone that divine business is about to commence. The choir boys are humming their pre-hymn hum, which isn't official, but has become tradition through sheer repetition. Everything is proceeding normally, peacefully, exactly as evening vespers should proceed, and then the chicken entered. Now, you might be wondering how a chicken got into a church in the first place. Excellent question. The answer, as it turns out, was Ellis, a latecomer who left the side door ajar while rushing in, because he lost track of time while arguing with his neighbor about whose fence was encroaching on whose property. The door stayed open. The chicken, seizing opportunity like a tiny feathered opportunist, simply walked in, At first, nobody noticed. The chicken moved with the kind of stealth usually reserved for professional assassins or cats planning mischief. It was a modest chicken, brown, feathered, beady-eyed, possibly sentient based on the calculating look it gave the congregation. It strutted halfway down the aisle before anyone made a sound. The blacksmith's daughter saw it first. "There's a chicken," she whispered to her brother. He shushed her. "No, there isn't. Look, under the third bench." He looked. There was indeed a chicken. It had paused near the third row, pecking curiously at a discarded bit of wax that had fallen from a candle. Father Aldrich, mid-sentence in his reading, hadn't noticed yet. "He who sows in sorrow shall reap in." Cluck. The sound echoed through the chapel, louder than it had any right to. Every head turned. Even the painted saints seemed to shift their judging gazes from the congregation to the foul intruder. Father Aldrich stopped. He closed his book slowly, the way a man closes a book when he knows something has gone terribly wrong, but hasn't identified exactly what yet. "Did anyone bring that?" he asked the congregation, gesturing vaguely at the chicken. Silence, the kind of silence that comes when everyone is trying very hard not to laugh, not to move, and definitely not to make eye contact with anyone else lest they lose composure entirely. The chicken, sensing attention, flapped once. It was a mighty burst of feathers and indignation, and suddenly it was airborne briefly before landing squarely in the lap of old Hilda, who had not been set upon by a living creature in over 3 decades. She let out a yelp that turned into a cough, which turned into a blasphemous mutter, which she would definitely need to confess later. The chicken, unbothered by her distress, settled into her lap like it had found a particularly comfortable nest. "Get it off," Hilda wheezed, arms flailing. But the chicken had opinions about being displaced, and those opinions were expressed through aggressive pecking at anyone who came near. 2 children tried to help and immediately retreated. The chicken was defending its chosen throne with the ferocity of a medieval lord protecting his castle. Father Aldrich attempted to restore order. "Please, everyone, remain calm. It's just a—" The chicken flapped again, this time achieving enough altitude to reach the pulpit. It landed directly on Father Aldrich's open Bible, scattering loose pages like confetti. "Bird," Father Aldrich finished weakly, staring at the chicken now standing triumphantly atop the Word of God. The chicken stared back. It had won round 1, and it knew it. Now, at this point, a sensible person might have simply grabbed the chicken and tossed it outside. But this was a medieval church, and medieval people had a complicated relationship with animals in sacred spaces. On the one hand, it was inappropriate. On the other hand, maybe this was a test from God, or a sign, and this thought occurred to more than one person. Maybe the chicken had come seeking sanctuary, which was technically a sacred right even for poultry. The blacksmith's wife broke the silence. "Father, should we ... catch it?" "Yes," Father Aldrich said, though his tone suggested he had no idea how. What followed can only be described as organized chaos, though organized is generous. The younger men in the congregation stood, approaching the pulpit, with the caution of soldiers advancing on an enemy position. The chicken watched them come, head cocked, utterly unbothered. Someone lunged. The chicken hopped left. Another person grabbed for it, catching only air and a handful of feathers. The chicken, now fully aware this was a game, began treating the chapel as an obstacle course designed specifically for maximum human humiliation. It flew to the candle shelf. People scrambled after it, knocking over a chalice in the process, thankfully empty, but the clang echoed like a gong announcing doom. The chicken hopped to a windowsill. Someone climbed on a pew to reach it, wobbled, and had to be steadied by 3 other people. The chicken flew again, this time landing on the shoulders of a visiting merchant, who screamed so loudly that his voice cracked. Children were shrieking with delight. Adults were trying to maintain dignity while crawling under benches. The choir boys had abandoned all pretense of hymning and were taking bets on who would catch the chicken first. Father Aldrich stood at the altar, candle in hand, looking like a man who'd suddenly understood why some priests chose Hermitage. He made one attempt to join the chase, swinging the candle like a very ineffective sword. The candle went out. The chicken escaped again. "This is the devil's work," someone muttered. "The devil's got better things to do than possess a chicken," someone else countered. "You clearly haven't met this chicken." The chicken, as if offended by being called demonic, performed its most theatrical move yet. It flew directly toward the baptismal font, the stone basin of holy water used for christenings, landed on its edge, and stared into the water like it was considering its reflection. Everyone froze. Was the chicken going to drink the holy water? Was that blasphemy? Could chickens commit blasphemy? These were not questions anyone had expected to contemplate during Vespers. The chicken dipped its beak once, twice. It appeared to be baptizing itself or just drinking. Nobody could tell, but the symbolism was too perfect to ignore. "It seeks redemption," someone whispered, completely serious. Father Aldrich opened his mouth to object, then closed it. He had no response. The theological implications were giving him a headache. And then, in the moment of divine comedy that would be retold for generations, the youngest choir boy, a small, quiet child named Thomas, who'd been mostly ignored throughout the chaos, simply walked forward, crouched beside the baptismal font, and held out a piece of bread. The chicken turned, looked at the bread, looked at Thomas, calculated the odds. Then it hopped down, walked to Thomas, and accepted the bread with the dignity of a noble receiving tribute. Thomas scooped up the chicken, arms full of feathers and surprising cooperation, and held it like a sacred relic. The congregation erupted in applause. Actual, genuine applause, as if this were a theatrical performance rather than evening prayers interrupted by poultry. Father Aldrich tried to restore order. "Ahem, let us return to, what do we call her?" Someone shouted. "Call her? The chicken? She needs a name." This sparked immediate debate. In the span of 30 seconds, the following names were suggested: Saint Feather, Holy Wing, Sister Cluck, the Blessed Hen. Martha, someone's grandmother was named Martha, and apparently resembled a chicken, and most popular among the children, Margaret the Terrible. "She's not terrible," Thomas protested, cradling the chicken. "She just wanted to pray." This sentence, spoken by a 7-year-old with complete sincerity, somehow settled the matter. The chicken had come to church. Therefore it had come seeking God. Therefore it was holy, or at least holier than most chickens. Margaret, Father Aldrich conceded, mostly because he wanted this evening to end. "Her name is Margaret. Now, please, someone, take her outside so we can." "She should stay," the blacksmith's wife interrupted. "She came to Vespers. Let her stay for Vespers." The logic was unassailable. also completely insane. But nobody wanted to be the person who forcibly removed a chicken that had arguably sought sanctuary. That felt like tempting divine retribution. So Margaret stayed. Thomas carried her to a bench near the back, where she settled onto his lap with a contented ruffle of feathers. Evening prayers resumed, shakier than before, but technically continuing. Father Aldrich's reading was punctuated by occasional clucks. The choir boys hummed while shooting glances at Margaret to make sure she wasn't planning another aerial assault, and the congregation, thoroughly entertained, paid more attention to this particular Vespers than they had to any religious service in living memory. By the time the final Amen was spoken, Margaret had achieved accidental sainthood in the minds of at least half the village. She was declared blessed by presents by the children, tolerable by the adults, and a sign of something, though God knows what, by Father Aldrich himself. After the service, people filed out quietly, reverently even, as if something sacred had occurred. Thomas carried Margaret out with ceremonial care, and a small crowd followed him like disciples. "Where will she live?" someone asked. "Behind the chapel," another answered, "in the shed. We'll build her a proper co-op. She need feeding. Every Wednesday. Why Wednesday? I don't know. Feels holy." And just like that, the decision was made. Margaret, the chicken former trespasser, current unofficial mascot of evening vespers, would live behind the chapel, tended by the children, tolerated by the adults, and regarded with weary acceptance by Father Aldrich, who had learned that fighting these things was pointless. That night, the village buzzed with retellings of the great chicken invasion. Details were already being embellished. The chicken had flown 6 feet. It was 2. It had knocked over 3 chalices. It was 1, and that was an accident. It had spoken in tongues. It had clucked at appropriate moments, which some considered close enough. And in every retelling, Margaret transformed from a confused bird that wandered through an open door into a messenger, a sign, a holy presence that had tested their faith and found it. Well, entertained at minimum, because that was the thing about medieval people. They couldn't just have a chicken interrupt church. They had to make it mean something, turn chaos into legend, transform an accident into destiny. Margaret, unaware of her new status, pecked at grain in her makeshift coop behind the chapel, and enjoyed the best sleep of her short chicken life. Tomorrow she would wake to offerings of bread, fresh water, and whispered prayers from children who genuinely believed that she had chosen them, that she was special, that God worked in mysterious ways, and sometimes those ways involved poultry wandering through poorly latched doors. And who's to say they were wrong? Now let's talk about what happened in the days following Margaret's dramatic entrance into chapel life, because medieval people never did anything halfway, including adopting a chicken as their unofficial spiritual mascot. You see, once the village decided Margaret was special, they committed to the bit with an enthusiasm that bordered on concerning. This wasn't just, "Oh, we have a church chicken now." This was, "Margaret has chosen us, and we must honor her sacred presence." The morning after the great Vespers incident, Thomas arrived at the chapel to find he wasn't alone. At least 7 other children had shown up, each carrying offerings. One had bread crusts. Another had grain stolen from his father's store. A third had wildflowers arranged in what was clearly meant to be a ceremonial bouquet, but looked more like weeds grabbed hastily on the way over. "What are you all doing here?" Thomas asked, slightly possessive of his role as Margaret's original rescuer. "Feeding Margaret," they replied in unison, as if this were obvious. "She's my chicken. She's God's chicken," corrected a girl named Beatrice, who was annoyingly good at theological arguments for a 9-year-old. "We're just her servants." Thomas couldn't argue with that logic, though he tried. Instead, they all gathered around Margaret's coop, which was really just a repurposed grain box with some hay, and watched her eat breakfast like she was performing a sacred ritual rather than just being a hungry chicken. "Look how holy she pecks," someone whispered. "Very dignified," another agreed. Margaret pecked at a bug. The children gasped like they'd witnessed a miracle. Word spread quickly, as word always did in the village. By midday, adults were stopping by just to see the church chicken. The baker's wife brought scraps. The miller dropped off a handful of seeds. Even the usually skeptical blacksmith paused his work to glance at Margaret, who was napping in a patch of sunlight and couldn't have cared less about any of this attention. "It's just a chicken," he muttered to his apprentice. "Then why'd you bring corn?" The blacksmith looked down at his hand, which was indeed holding corn. He had no memory of putting it there. Habit, he said unconvincingly, and left the corn near the coop anyway. By evening vespers, which suddenly had much better attendance than usual, Margaret had her own schedule. The children had organized themselves into shifts: morning feeding, midday water check, afternoon cleaning. Margaret's co-op had to remain pure, and evening companionship, which mostly involved sitting nearby and talking to her about their problems. "I think my mother's angry with me," one boy confided to Margaret, who was preening her feathers. "She's listening," Beatrice assured him. "See how she tilted her head." Margaret had tilted her head, though probably because she heard a distant sound, not because she was offering spiritual counseling. But the boy felt better, which was the point. Father Aldrich watched all this with the expression of a man who'd lost control of his parish to poultry. He'd tried to gently suggest that perhaps the children were taking this a bit too seriously. "She's just a blessed visitor," Beatrice finished. "We know, Father. That's why we're taking care of her." Father Aldrich opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Yes. Quite. Carry on, then. What could he say? The children were engaged, responsible, and showed up to church voluntarily. If a chicken accomplished what years of sermons hadn't, who was he to complain? But Margaret's influence didn't stop with the children. The adults, despite their initial skepticism, started treating her presence as, significant. When old Hilda's arthritis improved the week after Margaret's arrival, she credited the blessed bird's prayers. Never mind that the weather had simply gotten warmer. Correlation was causation now. When the baker's bread rose particularly well, he claimed Margaret had blessed the yeast with her presence while wandering past his shop. The bread had risen well because he'd finally fixed his oven temperature. But again, details didn't matter. And when the next Sunday's service went smoothly, no forgotten sermons, no missing vestments, no unexpected animals, people whispered that Margaret's influence was spreading. She had brought order to chaos. Father Aldrich, hearing this, nearly laughed. Margaret hadn't brought order. She was chaos. She just charmed everyone into forgetting that. But the most interesting development was how Margaret herself seemed to lean into her new role. Whether through actual intelligence or dumb luck, she began appearing at oddly appropriate moments. Someone would be having a bad day, sitting on the chapel steps looking miserable, and Margaret would wander over, settle nearby, and just exist. Her presence, warm and alive and indifferent to human drama, was oddly comforting. Or a group of children would be arguing over something petty, and Margaret would waddle directly between them, forcing them apart and disrupting the conflict through sheer physical presence. They'd laugh, forget what they were fighting about, and go back to playing. Was Margaret consciously doing this? Almost certainly not. But did it matter? Apparently not to the villagers, who interpreted every random action as divinely guided. The situation reached peak absurdity when Margaret wandered into Vespers again, this time through a different door that someone had definitely left open on purpose. Father Aldrich paused mid-prayer. The congregation held its breath. Margaret strutted down the aisle, hopped up onto her previous perch near the baptismal font, and settled in like she was exactly where she belonged. Nobody moved to remove her. This was apparently her spot now, Father Aldrich sighed. As I was saying, blessed are those who clock, Margaret contributed, who accept God's mysteries with humble hearts, Father Aldrich continued, shooting Margaret a look that clearly communicated, "You're lucky, you're cute." From that day forward, Margaret attended Vespers. Not every time, she wasn't that committed, but often enough that people started expecting her. Her absence was noted. "Where's Margaret?" Someone would whisper, probably praying privately. Another would reply, completely serious. When she did appear, the children would smile. The adults would relax slightly, and Father Aldrich would adjust his sermon to work around occasional clucking, which honestly improved his public speaking, because he couldn't rely on memorized text anymore. He had to stay engaged, present, and ready to adapt. Margaret had accidentally made him a better priest. He resented this, but he also couldn't deny it. Meanwhile, Margaret's coop behind the chapel had transformed into something between a shrine and a petting zoo. The children had decorated it with flowers, painted rocks with blessings. God loves Margaret. Margaret is holy. Don't steal our chicken Thomas. And even installed a small carved sign that read, Saint Margaret's Rest. She's not actually a saint, Father Aldrich felt compelled to mention when he saw this. Not yet, Beatrice replied with the confidence of someone who understood how medieval canonization worked better than most theologians. But give it time. The most surprising development came 3 weeks after Margaret's arrival, during a particularly tense moment in village politics. 2 families were feuding over a property boundary, the kind of dispute that could simmer for generations and occasionally explode into violence. They'd agreed to meet at the chapel to discuss it, with Father Aldrich mediating. Both sides arrived angry, armed with documents, witnesses, and deeply held grudges. And then Margaret wandered into the meeting. She pecked around the room, investigated some spilled grain, and eventually settled between the 2 feuding parties like a very small, much-feathered neutral zone. Something about her presence, so unconcerned with human drama, so indifferent to property lines and inherited feuds, shifted the atmosphere. The tension didn't disappear, but it deflated. Slightly. "This is ridiculous," one man said. "We're arguing in front of a chicken." "A blessed chicken," his opponent corrected, then paused. "But yes, ridiculous." They looked at each other, at Margaret, at Father Aldrich, who was trying not to smile. Perhaps, Father Aldrich suggested carefully, we could find a compromise, one that honors both families, and somehow they did. The boundary was adjusted by 3 feet. Both sides agreed to share maintenance of the fence, and they sealed the agreement with handshakes while Margaret pecked at their boots. Afterward, people swore Margaret had intervened, that her presence had been divine mediation, that God worked through unlikely vessels. Father Aldrich had a simpler explanation. It is hard to maintain righteous anger when a chicken is aggressively investigating your footwear, but he kept that to himself. As weeks turned into months, Margaret became woven into village life in ways nobody had predicted. She was referenced in arguments. Even Margaret knows that's nonsense. Consulted during decisions. What do you think, Margaret? Followed by interpreting her clucks, and generally treated as a combination mascot, therapy animal, and very minor deity. Did this make sense? No. Did medieval people care? Also no. They decided Margaret mattered, and so she did. Reality would just have to adjust. The children who Dee originally claimed responsibility for her care had formed what they called the Order of Margaret, a completely unofficial group dedicated to her well-being and the spreading of her legend. They took their duties seriously, creating elaborate schedules, rules for proper chicken interaction, and even a song, Margaret the Blessed, Margaret the Fine. She came to our chapel by God's design. She sits on the front, she clucks during prayer, and shows us that holiness lives everywhere. Was it theologically sound? Questionable. Did they sing it with absolute conviction? Absolutely. By the time a year had passed since Margaret's first appearance, her legend had spread beyond the village. Travelers would ask, "Is this the place with the holy chicken?" Merchants would bring extra grain specifically for Margaret. And once a passing monk stopped to see her, blessed her formally despite this being wildly inappropriate, and continued on his way, claiming he'd had a meaningful spiritual experience. Margaret, for her part, continued being a chicken. She pecked at things. She took dust baths. She occasionally terrorized younger children who got too grabby. She laid eggs, regular eggs, not holy eggs, despite what some people claimed, and generally lived her best chicken life, unaware that she'd become a folk saint through nothing more than poor door security and good timing. Father Aldrich, watching this all unfold from his position of bewildered authority, eventually made his peace with it. If a chicken could bring his congregation together, make children excited about church, and occasionally interrupt his sermons in ways that somehow made them better, he'd seen less effective pastoral strategies. Besides, Margaret had taught him something important about faith. Sometimes the sacred appears in the most unlikely forms. Sometimes grace arrives uninvited, through poorly latched doors, trailing feathers, and chaos. And sometimes you just have to accept that a chicken has better attendance at Vespers than half your congregation, and that's okay. So Margaret remained. A chicken with a legend, a bird with a following, a completely normal hen who accidentally become extraordinary simply by existing in the right place at the right time, and by being herself so completely that people couldn't help but love her for it. And really, isn't that what holiness is? Being fully, authentically yourself and letting others find meaning in your existence? Or maybe it's just that medieval people were really, really bored and willing to make anything literally into entertainment, including convincing themselves that a chicken was blessed. Either way, Margaret's legacy was secure. She'd invaded the church, disrupted Vespers, achieved accidental sainthood, and proved once and for all that in medieval times, literally anything could become a legend if enough people agreed to believe in it. even a chicken, especially a chicken. Long live Margaret the Blessed. Gossip aunties, useless reeve, and the tree-talking monk. All right, here's where we need to acknowledge the real power brokers of medieval village life. And I'm not talking about anyone with an official title. I'm talking about the women at the well. A reeve who'd perfected the art of looking important while doing absolutely nothing. And a monk who genuinely believed trees had better conversational skills than most humans. And honestly, he might have been right. You see, every medieval village had three types of authority. The official kind that nobody really respected, the unofficial kind that actually ran everything, and the completely unhinged kind that everyone was too nervous to question. Let me introduce you to all three, starting with the terror that gathered every morning by the well, the Council of Judgment, though they preferred to be called just having a chat. They arrived like clockwork, these women. Bertha first, always first, because being first meant you got to set the agenda and choose the best seat on the bench that didn't have a concerning wobble. She'd plant herself with her shawl wrapped tight and her oat cakes tucked in a cloth napkin, lips already pursed in preparation for the day's assessments. Martha would arrive second, former midwife turned professional skeptic, carrying the kind of knowing look that suggested she'd seen everyone in the village at their worst and remembered every detail. Agnes would shuffle in third, small but dangerous, with a memory that worked like a steel trap specifically designed to catch other people's mistakes and hold them for decades. And occasionally, when her joints permitted and the weather wasn't being personally offensive, Elsbeth would join them, dragging a stool that definitely belonged to someone else and refusing to explain where she'd gotten it. The well itself was their kingdom. It sagged slightly to the left and creaked when the wind changed, like it too was trying to participate in the gossip. The wooden bucket swung on its frayed rope, having absorbed more scandal than water over the years. If that bucket could talk, it would immediately be excommunicated for the things it had overheard. "Did you see the baker's wife?" Bertha would begin, not bothering with pleasantries. This was business, wearing yellow. At her age. Bold, Martha would observe, bold or desperate. Agnes would counter, leaning in. "I heard she's sweet on the cooper, always ordering barrels she doesn't need." "Barrels she doesn't need," Bertha would repeat, tearing off a corner of oat cake with unnecessary violence. That's what got her sister in trouble, always needing things she didn't need. They'd nod in unison, the kind of synchronized judgment that comes from decades of practice. These weren't just gossips. They were historians, sociologists, and investigative journalists rolled into three elderly women with excellent hearing and zero mercy. Their intelligence network was impressive. They had sources everywhere, daughters who worked as servants, sons who delivered goods, husbands who'd accidentally witnessed things, neighbors who couldn't keep secrets, and children who could be bribed with half an oat cake to reveal what they'd seen behind the Miller S. barn. "The priest left the tavern last night," Elsbeth would announce when she arrived, dropping this information like a stone into still water, "with hay in his beard." The silence that followed would be so heavy that even the birds would pause. "With hay?" Martha would ask, eyebrow raised, and a bruise on his forehead. The oat cakes would stop midder. This was premium content. "Well," Bertha would say slowly, "he did give quite the sermon on temptation last week. Said we must all be tested. Maybe he meant himself," Elsbeth would offer, biting her apple with pointed emphasis. "Maybe he tested himself too thoroughly," Agnes would add. and they'd all nod sagely. But their power went beyond just collecting information. They were the village's unofficial court system, trial by gossip. If someone did something questionable, these women would discuss it, dissect it, and reach a verdict that, while having no legal standing, carried more weight than most official judgments. "That one's too quiet," Agnes would say, watching a young girl fetch water. "Quiet ones always marry wrong, quiet ones listen too much," Elsbeth would grunt. Just like us, there would be a rare moment of laughter, dry, dusty, the kind that didn't shake shoulders but rustled shawls. They rarely admitted it, but there was genuine affection buried under the layers of judgment and oat crumbs. These were women who'd survived plagues, bad harvests, worse husbands, and decades of village drama. They de-earned their positions on this bench through sheer endurance and the understanding that everyone eventually gave them something to talk about. A young man would pass, limping slightly. Saw him leaving the Smith's daughter's house. Late, Martha would note. How late? Late enough that the moon had opinions. "The moon always has opinions," Bertha would mutter. "The moon's worse than Agnes." "I heard that." "You were meant to." But their gossip served a social function beyond entertainment. In a world without newspapers, television, or the internet, they were the information network. News spread through them faster than official announcements. If something happened, a dispute, a romance, a minor disaster, they knew first, analyzed it thoroughly, and by noon had disseminated a fully formed narrative throughout the village. The merchant's cart broke, someone would mention in passing. By lunch everyone would know. The cart broke because the merchant hadn't maintained it properly, which was just like him, because he'd never maintained his first marriage either. And wasn't his second wife looking suspiciously friendly with the blacksmith, lately speaking of which had anyone noticed the blacksmith had new boots that seemed too expensive for someone who claimed business was slow? None of this might be true. Most of it probably wasn't, but truth was less important than narrative, and these women were master storytellers who turned other people's lives into ongoing sagas they followed with more dedication than most people followed actual events. "Mark my words," Bertha would say ominously, which was how she prefaced all her predictions. "That marriage won't last the winter." The marriage would inevitably last the winter, but that didn't stop Bertha from making the same prediction next year, with the same confidence and the same complete disregard for her previous inaccuracy. But while the women at the well wielded invisible power through information control, there was one man who wielded visible power through the strategic application of doing absolutely nothing: Edric the Reeve. Edric's job, in theory, was to oversee village operations, maintain order, inspect property, report to the manor lord, and generally ensure that everything ran smoothly. In practice, his job was to walk in circles, look concerned, and accomplish nothing while making it seem like he was accomplishing everything. Every morning, without fail, Edric would begin his rounds. He wore the same brown cloak every day, a garment that had given up trying to look official and had settled for vaguely authoritative if you squinted. Around his neck hung a small wooden badge that supposedly proved his position, though most villagers assumed it was just a random piece of wood he declared official one day, and nobody had questioned. He'd start at the east fence, the same east fence that had been broken since February. It was now October. He would stop, examine the damage with the gravity of someone assessing battlefield casualties, rub his chin thoughtfully, and move on without touching anything. "Morning, Reeve," someone would call. "Fair morning," he'd reply with ceremonial gravity. "Fences down." "Yes, been down for months. I've noted it." He had not noted it. His notebook was empty. He'd forgotten ink 3 years ago and never bothered to replace it. Next stop, the grain store. He'd check the lock, never locked, check the hinges, mostly rust, and hope, tap the wood twice, his version of inspection, and continue onward. Inside, mice ran a thriving, unauthorized grain redistribution program. Edric was aware of this. Everyone was aware of this. But since nobody had officially told Edric to do something about it, he wouldn't. This was Edric's genius. He had perfected bureaucratic minimalism. As long as nobody directly asked him to fix something, he couldn't be accused of failing to fix it. He was simply monitoring, observing, maintaining awareness. "The pigpen fence is broken," someone might mention. "I'll look into it," Edric would say with the tone of someone promising swift action. "You said that last month." "Did I?" Time moves strangely when one is busy with administrative duties. What administrative duties? Nobody knew. But Edric said it with such confidence that people assumed there must be paperwork somewhere, reports being filed, important considerations being considered. There weren't. Edric spent most of his time walking familiar routes, pretending to inspect things, and taking lengthy breaks on a bench near the old millstone, where he'd review his notes, blank pages, and contemplate village affairs, take naps. His wife had once asked what he actually did all day. "I ensure continuity," he'd replied mysteriously. "Continuity of what?" "Of everything. By monitoring without interfering, I allow natural order to prevail." This was complete nonsense, but it sounded philosophical enough that she'd stopped asking. The villagers had developed a strange appreciation for Edric's uselessness. He didn't fix problems, but he also didn't create new ones. He didn't enforce regulations too strictly. He didn't report minor infractions to the manor lord. He simply existed, walking his rounds, maintaining the comforting fiction that someone was in charge, even if that someone was accomplishing nothing. "Think Edric will ever fix the fence?" someone would ask. "When the fence fixes itself," another would reply. So never, exactly. This predictable uselessness had become reassuring. As long as Edric was walking his rounds, nodding seriously, and accomplishing nothing, the world was normal. The day Edric actually did something would be the day everyone panicked, because change was terrifying, and Edric's entire purpose was preventing it. He'd walk past the pigs, one had escaped again, noted but not addressed. Past the chickens, Margaret was pecking at someone's door, observed but not interfered with. Past various broken things that needed fixing but would remain broken until they fixed themselves or someone with actual motivation addressed them. By mid-afternoon, Edric would reach his final destination, the bench. He'd sit with a heavy sigh, as if his morning of accomplishing nothing had been physically exhausting. He'd remove his badge ceremonially, setting it on the bench like a paperweight of responsibility temporarily set aside. And he'd look out over the village fences broken, pigs loose, grain being stolen by mice, chaos everywhere, and feel deep satisfaction. Everything was as it should be. Nothing had changed. His job was complete. "Another successful day," he'd mutter to himself. And weirdly, he was right. Because Edric's real job wasn't fixing problems. It was providing the illusion of oversight without actual interference. He was a living scarecrow for bureaucracy, not actually doing anything, but standing there looking official, enough that everyone could pretend someone was in charge. The village didn't need an efficient reeve. It needed Edric, reliably useless, comfortingly predictable, and absolutely committed to the principle that the best way to handle any problem was to walk past it while looking thoughtful. Tomorrow he'd do it all again. Same route, same concerned expressions, same complete lack of action, and the village would continue functioning exactly as it always had through collective effort, mutual frustration, and the understanding that Edric's job was to look busy while everyone else did actual work. It was a perfect system, really, as long as nobody examined it too closely. Now, let's talk about Brother Cuthbert, the monk who decided that trees were better conversationalists than humans, and had committed fully to this belief with the kind of dedication most people reserved for actual religious devotion. Brother Cuthbert lived at the monastery on the village's edge, past the herb garden and behind the crumbling stone wall where weeds grew with more enthusiasm than the vegetables. He had a cell of his own, technically, though he spent so little time in it that his roommate was primarily spiders who'd established an impressive web-based community in his absence. Cuthbert preferred the woods or the pond, or anywhere with trees that, according to him, had things to say if you knew how to listen. Most monks collected relics or copied manuscripts. Cuthbert collected owl feathers, hundreds of them sorted by length, hue, and what he called emotional resonance. He kept them tucked in his robe sleeves like bookmarks for thoughts he hadn't finished thinking. Sometimes they'd fall out mid-conversation, and he'd chase them with the urgency of a man rescuing Holy Scripture. That one was contemplative, he'd explain, retrieving a feather from the ground. You can tell by the curve. Nobody could tell. Nobody asked how he could tell. Some mysteries were better left mysterious. But Cuthbert's real calling, his true spiritual practice, was talking to trees. Not metaphorically, not in some vague communion with nature way, literally talking to them, with pauses for their responses, with nods of serious understanding, with follow-up questions when their answers raised interesting points. He'd stand before the old oak near the well, which he'd named Father Eldritch, despite the actual Father Eldritch's protests that this was confusing, and had full conversations. "Morning, Father Eldritch," Cuthbert would say, hands clasped. The tree would rustle in the wind. "Yes, I agree," Cuthbert would nod. "The rain last week was excessive. Proper drainage is essential. More rustling. You're right to be concerned about the fence. I'll mention it to the reeve." He'd pause. "Well, yes, I know he won't do anything, but protocol must be observed." Novice monks would watch this from a distance, whispering among themselves. "Should we tell someone?" "Tell them what?" "That Brother Cuthbert talks to trees?" "Yes, everyone knows. The abbot blessed it as eccentric but harmless. But he's having full conversations. The tree isn't talking back. Are you certain? Have you asked the tree?" Nobody had asked the tree. Nobody wanted to risk discovering Cuthbert was right. Cuthbert maintained that different trees had different personalities. The oak was wise but stubborn. The maple by the brook was emotional. "Weeps sap for sinners," he'd explain seriously. The willow was melancholic, but good with advice about relationships. The birch was gossipy, but well-informed. "How can a tree be gossipy?" someone once dared to ask. "Have you seen how many birds nest in it? They tell it everything." The birch knows more about village affairs than the women at the well, but it's more discreet. This didn't clarify anything, but Cuthbert said it with such confidence that arguing seemed pointless. His other passion was carving spoons. Not just functional spoons, artistic spoons. Spoons with personality. Spoons that, according to Cuthbert, revealed the hidden shape within the wood. Nobody had taught him. One day he'd picked up a crooked twig, muttered something about listening to the grain, and by sunset had produced a ladle so elegant the abbot refused to use it for fear of spiritual offense. Every spoon was different. Some had handles shaped like spirals. Others resembled bird beaks. One particularly disturbing example had a faint face etched into its bowl, and nobody could look at it for long without feeling like they owed her an apology. The kitchen had dozens of Cuthbert's spoons, though the cook insisted on using only one. The rest were for display or possibly defense, depending on my mood. "Brother Cuthbert," the abbot had once asked carefully, "where do you get your inspiration for these spoons?" "The trees tell me," Cuthbert replied, as if this were obvious. "The trees." "Yes. Each piece of wood has a shape inside it. The tree knows what it wants to become. I just remove the excess." The abbot had opened his mouth, closed it, and opened it again. "And the trees ... tell you this?" "Not in words, Father Abbot, in feelings, impressions, sometimes in dreams where they show me what they used to look like when they had more branches." The abbot had made the sign of the cross, unclear whether he was blessing Cuthbert or protecting himself from whatever this was, and walked away. Brother Cuthbert was officially classified as eccentric but productive, which was the medieval equivalent of, "We don't understand him, but he's not technically violating any rules." Cuthbert's reputation spread beyond the monastery. Villagers began leaving him small offerings, dandelions, buttons, and interesting rocks. Children would approach cautiously, daring each other to ask him questions. "Brother Cuthbert, why do you talk to trees? Why don't you?" He'd counter, "They've been here longer than your grandmother's grandmother. Seems rude not to greet them, but they don't talk back." "They do. You're just not listening properly. Try asking the willow about sadness. She's very wise about sorrow. How do you know it's a she?" I asked her. The logic was circular but somehow compelling. Some children actually started trying to talk to trees, which concerned their parents until they realized it kept the kids quiet and outdoors, which was basically free childcare. Cuthbert's most famous incident involved healing a pigeon. According to legend and with Cuthbert, everything became legend almost immediately. He'd found an injured pigeon, held it gently, breathed on it, just breathed like he was warming his hands, and the pigeon flew away healed. It was the breath of the divine, someone claimed. It was probably just stunned, someone else countered. Brother Cuthbert says he asked the oak what to do, and the oak told him to share his breath with the bird. The oak told him, yes. The tree gave medical advice, apparently excellent medical advice, since the pigeon lived. You couldn't argue with results, even if the methodology was absolutely unhinged. But Cuthbert's real gift, his genuine spiritual contribution, was listening. Not to trees, necessarily, though he did that, too, but to people. When Brother Alwyn's mother died, Cuthbert sat with him all night, saying nothing, just whittling a spoon shaped like a weeping willow. No words of comfort, no platitudes about heaven, just presence and wood, and the quiet understanding that sometimes grief needed witness, not solutions. When a young novice admitted he was questioning his vocation, Cuthbert didn't lecture him about divine calling or duty. He took him to the forest and had him sit with a birch tree for an hour. What did the tree say? Cuthbert asked afterward. Nothing. It's a tree. Exactly. And yet you sat with it for an hour, didn't you? Sometimes we don't need answers. We just need to sit with the question. The novice stayed at the monastery. Years later, he'd claim that hour with the birch doing nothing. Hearing nothing, understanding nothing was the most profound spiritual experience of his training. Cuthbert also scared off a bandit once. The bandit had entered monastery grounds looking to steal, and Cuthbert simply stared at him while holding a handful of dried mushrooms. The bandit fled. A week later, the bandit returned to apologize and ask if Cuthbert could bless his goat, which had been acting strangely since the incident. Cuthbert agreed, performing a ceremony involving 3 owl feathers and a chant that may or may not have been improvised. The goat was never the same. In a good way, apparently. The bandit became a loyal supporter of the monastery and never stole again, partly from spiritual awakening and partly from being genuinely afraid of what else Cuthbert might do with mushrooms and intent. The abbot once tried to assign Cuthbert normal duties. Script copying, he suggested. Something productive. Cuthbert agreed enthusiastically and spent 3 days creating a manuscript filled with drawings of frogs wearing tiny hats. "What gospel is this?" the abbot asked, holding the pages. "Mark, probably," Cuthbert replied. "Would have had more frogs if I'd had time." They moved him to gardening. He planted in spirals. The vegetables grew in patterns that seemed random until you viewed them from above and realized they formed a fish, the ancient Christian symbol. "Did you plan that?" the abbot asked. "The earth planned it. I just listened." The cabbage produced excellently. The lettuce grew without slugs. Nobody questioned his methods after that. At meals, Cuthbert rarely spoke, but when he did, it was always something nobody expected. "The moon is a borrowed tooth," he'd announce mid-porridge. Nobody asked what this meant. They just nodded. It felt true somehow. Sometimes, late at night, monks would see Cuthbert dancing behind the chapel, not wildly, gracefully, slowly, arms outstretched like he was listening to music only the dirt could sing. It should have looked crazy. Instead, it looked peaceful. A few younger monks started joining him, awkwardly, silently. Nobody discussed it. It became just another thing Brother Cuthbert did, like talking to trees or creating spoons with personality or blessing goats with mysterious mushrooms. "Is he holy?" a visitor once asked. "Is he mad?" Another countered. "Can't he be both?" the abbot replied wearily. Most saints were. Cuthbert himself never claimed holiness. He claimed nothing, really, except that trees had wisdom, owl feathers held memories, and sometimes spoons knew what they wanted to become before you started carving. Was any of this true? Nobody knew. But Cuthbert believed it absolutely, and that belief made him gentle, present, and oddly effective at helping people without ever directly offering advice. He'd ask the willow, then tell you what it said. Was it the willow's wisdom or Cuthbert's? Did it matter if the advice was good? He'd carve you a spoon with a spiral handle. Was it magic or just beautiful craftsmanship? Did it matter if using it made breakfast feel slightly more sacred? He'd breathe on your wounded bird, or bless your confused goat, or tell you the maple was weeping for your sins. Was it divine intervention, or just a weird monk being weird? Did it matter if you somehow felt lighter afterward? Brother Cuthbert had discovered something profound, even if he could never explain it coherently, that the world was full of mystery, that listening was more important than speaking, and that sometimes the wisest response to life's chaos was to ask a tree for advice and actually wait for an answer. He never became abbot. He was never canonized. He never performed miracles that the church officially recognized. But generations later, when people remembered the monastery, they didn't remember the learned theologians or the strict disciplinarians. They remembered the tree-talking monk who carved beautiful spoons, collected owl feathers, and somehow made everyone who met him feel like the world was more magical and more meaningful than they previously suspected. And in the forest behind the monastery, there stood an old oak that everyone called Father Eldritch, where pilgrims would sometimes stop, press their hand to the bark, and whisper their troubles, just in case Brother Cuthbert had been right all along. Gertrude the cow, sleeping cobblers, and ink disasters. All right, here's where we need to talk about the real power structures in medieval village life, and I'm not talking about the lord or the reeve or even the priest. I'm talking about Gertrude the cow, a sleeping cobbler who'd perfected the art of looking busy, and a scribe whose ongoing battle with ink was losing badly on all fronts. You see, every medieval village had its cast of characters, the people and animals who weren't technically in charge of anything, but somehow ended up running the show through sheer force of personality or strategic napping. Let me introduce you to three of the most influential figures you've never heard of, starting with the undisputed queen of our village, Gertrude. Gertrude was a cow, but calling her just a cow was like calling the ocean just water. Technically accurate, but missing the entire point. Gertrude was the cow, the standard by which all other cows were measured and found wanting. She'd been in the village longer than most of the humans, survived more winters than the church roof, and accumulated more grudges than the tax collector. Her coat was a mottled brown that might have been handsome on a younger cow, but on Gertrude looked more like she'd been constructed from spare parts and determination. Her horns curved in a way that seemed specifically designed to make people nervous, and her eyes, those deep, dark, judgmental eyes, held the accumulated wisdom and disdain of a creature who'd seen it all and found most of it disappointing. Gertrude belonged to the village commons, which meant everyone collectively owned her, and nobody individually wanted to deal with her. She grazed where she pleased, which was often in places she wasn't supposed to be. She'd bellow at inappropriate times, like during quiet moments at church when Father Aldrich was building to an important point in his sermon. The sound would carry through the village like a bovine heckler, and everyone would know Gertrude had opinions, and Gertrude was sharing them. But Gertrude's real power came from milk, because despite her age and attitude, Gertrude produced milk. Good milk. Rich, creamy milk that made better cheese than any other cow in 3 villages over. This meant Gertrude was valuable. This meant Gertrude was protected. And most importantly, this meant Gertrude knew she was untouchable. She'd perfected the art of malicious compliance. When brought in for milking, she'd cooperate just enough to avoid being declared completely useless, but not enough to make the experience pleasant for anyone involved. She had a sixth sense for when someone was nervous, and she exploited it ruthlessly. Which brings us to Edwin's first attempt at milking her, a moment that would go down in village history as the day Edwin learned his place. Edwin was 16, an apprentice to the stable master, and possessed the kind of confidence that comes from never having been truly tested by life. He'd been assigned to milk Gertrude on a foggy autumn morning, when the usual milker had conveniently developed a sudden illness that everyone suspected was actually just wisdom. "Just be gentle," the stable master had said, handing Edwin a bucket and a three-legged stool that wobbled ominously. "She's in a mood today. She's always in a mood," Edwin replied, with the bravado of someone who'd never personally experienced Gertrude's moods. The stable master smiled the way people smile when they know disaster is coming and have decided not to prevent it. "Good luck." Edwin approached the barn with the confidence of a knight approaching a dragon he'd been assured was sleeping. The morning mist curled around his ankles like it was trying to warn him. Birds fell silent in the trees. Somewhere in the distance, a dog whimpered. Inside the barn, Gertrude stood in her stall like a monument to bovine judgment. She didn't turn to look at Edwin when he entered. That would have implied she cared about his presence. Instead, she continued chewing her cud with the slow, deliberate rhythm of someone who had all day and intended to use it, making this boy's life difficult. "Morning, Gertrude," Edwin said, trying to sound confident. His voice cracked slightly. Gertrude's ear twitched. She'd heard the weakness. He set up his stool and bucket with the careful movements of someone following instructions from a manual they didn't fully understand. The bucket went under Gertrude's check. The stool was positioned near the check. His hands were cleanish, which would have to do. Edwin sat down. The stool immediately tilted, forcing him to adjust his weight in a way that made him look like he was about to fall over. Gertrude shifted slightly, not helping. "Right," Edwin muttered, reaching for her udder with trembling hands. "Just like they showed me. Thumb and forefinger, then the rest, like squeezing a. He couldn't remember what it was like squeezing. His mind had gone blank. Gertrude was staring at him now, her massive head turned just enough to make eye contact. Her expression, and yes, the cows definitely had expressions, conveyed profound disappointment that this was the human set to disturb her morning. Edwin gave a cautious tug. Nothing. Another tug. Still nothing. The udder felt like a warm, twitchy balloon that actively resented his presence. "Please," Edwin whispered, trying again. Gertrude sneezed, directly onto his face. A massive, wet, hay-scented sneeze that covered him in bovine mucus and humiliation. Edwin wiped his eyes, readjusted his position, and tried again with more determination. He managed to coax out a single, pathetic squirt of milk that hit the side of the bucket with a sound that seemed to mock him. "Progress," he said aloud to himself because nobody else was there to witness his minor victory. And that's when Gertrude struck. With a twist of her body that shouldn't have been physically possible for a creature her size, she shifted her rear leg and delivered a precise, calculated kick that sent the bucket flying, knocked the stool sideways, and deposited Edwin directly into a pile of straw that smelled distinctly of past regrets, and possibly present ones, too. Edwin lay there, sprawled out like a starfish, staring at the barn beams above him. His tunic was soaked with the small amount of milk he'd managed to extract. His dignity was somewhere near the overturned bucket. His confidence had left the building entirely. "All right," he gasped. "Not progress." Gertrude turned her head, made eye contact, and snorted. It sounded suspiciously like laughter. She resumed chewing her cud, having made her point clear. Humans were temporary, but Gertrude was eternal, and she would not be trifled with by nervous teenagers who didn't know how to properly request permission before touching her udders. Edwin sat up slowly, every muscle protesting. He retrieved the dented bucket. It now had a character-building dent that would forever remind him of this moment. He approached Gertrude again, this time with the cautious respect of someone who'd learned an important life lesson about assumptions and bovine authority. "Right," he said quietly. "Your barn, your rules. I'm just here to help, if you'll allow it." Gertrude's ear twitched. She didn't look at him, but something in her posture shifted almost imperceptibly. It might have been acceptance. It might have been her getting ready to kick him again. Edwin decided to interpret it optimistically. He sat down carefully this time, weight distributed properly. He reached out slowly, giving Gertrude time to object. When she didn't immediately kick him, he took that as permission. He tried a different approach, humming, a soft, nervous tune that was part lullaby, part funeral dirge, all anxiety. And miraculously, Gertrude allowed it. Milk began to flow, not generously, but steadily. A thin stream that hit the bucket with the sweetest sound Edwin had ever heard. He didn't breathe, didn't blink, just milked with the careful precision of someone diffusing a bomb. 3 full minutes passed. The bucket was actually accumulating milk. Edwin was beginning to think he might survive this with some shred of dignity and tact. Then Gertrude's tale came around like a whip, designed by someone who understood both physics and cruelty. It caught Edwin across the face with a wet smack that tasted like manure and betrayal. The bucket tipped. The milk spilled. Gertrude let out a low, satisfied moo that echoed through the barn like a victory bell. Edwin slumped against the stall wall, defeated but educated. He now understood several important truths. 1. Gertrude was in charge and always would be too. Any milk obtained from her was a gift, not a right 3. She had excellent timing and aim. 4. His career as a milker was over before it had truly begun. When the stable master returned an hour later, he found Edwin sitting in the straw, covered in milk, mud, and the wisdom that comes from total humiliation. The bucket contained approximately 3 tablespoons of milk and one very confused spider. "Well?" the stable master asked, already knowing the answer. Edwin looked up with the 1,000-yard stare of a soldier returning from battle. "She gave me something." "Milk?" Mostly contempt. The stable master nodded sagely. "She only respects 2 people in this village. The priest, because she believes he can damn her soul, and old Agnes, who feeds her honey oats on Thursdays. Everyone else is just practice." "Practice for what?" "For maintaining her authority." The stable master helped Edwin to his feet. "You did fine, boy. Everyone loses to Gertrude the first time. Most lose the second and third times too. She's teaching you humility." "I'm very humble now," Edwin said, wringing milk from his tunic. "Good. Tomorrow you'll try again." "Tomorrow?" "She needs milking every day. And you need to learn that some battles aren't about winning. They're about showing up anyway." Edwin wanted to argue, but looking at Gertrude, who'd settled back into her regal stance, he understood. This wasn't about him proving himself to the cow. This was about the cow deciding if he was worthy of her limited cooperation. And tomorrow he'd find out if he'd cut. Spoiler, he would return, and Gertrude would kick him again, because that's what Gertrude did. But eventually, after weeks of patient humiliation, she'd allow him to milk her with only moderate resistance. Not because he'd won her over, but because she decided he'd suffered enough to earn the privilege. That was Gertrude's way. She didn't give respect easily, but once earned, it was solid. Anyone who successfully milked Gertrude more than 3 times in a row became instantly more respectable in the village. You'd proven you could handle the most difficult cow in the region without losing your mind or fingers. Edwin would eventually join those ranks, but first he had many more mornings of being humbled by a cow who'd forgotten more about life than he'd ever learn. And Gertrude? She continued ruling her barn kingdom with an iron hoof, accepting tributes of honey oats from old Agnes, tolerating the priest's blessings, and reminding everyone else that in her domain she was judge, jury, and occasionally executioner of dignity. Long may she reign? Now let's talk about the other unofficial ruler of village life, Oswin the cobbler, who discovered the most revolutionary labor-saving device in human history, strategic unconsciousness disguised as deep contemplation. Oswin's shop sat crooked near the village square, leaning slightly to the left like it was trying to peek around the corner. The sign above the door read, Oswin, Cobbler, though someone had once suggested adding sometimes to the end and been quickly shushed by people who valued having anyone capable of fixing shoes, even if that person spent more time unconscious than conscious. Inside, the shop smelled of leather, dust, and the particular mustiness that comes from a space where ambition goes to nap. Tools hung on walls, awls, hammers, knives for cutting leather, all perfectly organized, because organization is easy when you're not actually using the tools very often. And there, under his workbench, surrounded by half-finished boots and the dreams of customers who'd hoped to collect their repairs sometime this decade, lay Oswin himself, curled on his side, one hand tucked under his cheek, the other draped over a shoe he'd theoretically been working on before sleep had claimed him somewhere around mid-morning. This wasn't occasional napping. This was professional-grade unconsciousness. This was napping as performance art, and Oswin had perfected it to the point where nobody could quite prove he wasn't actually working somehow. His chest rose and fell with the slow, deliberate rhythm of a man who'd achieved true peace, or at least the medieval equivalent, which was too tired to care about consequences. His mouth hung slightly open, and a faint whistle escaped with each exhale. Outside, the village buzzed with activity. Inside Oswin's shop, time moved differently, slowly, soaked in the honey-thick air of professional avoidance. The first customer of the day, a farmer named Cedric, who needed his work boots reinforced, pushed open the door, which creaked in protest. "Master Oswin?" Cedric called out, looking around the apparently empty shop. Silence. Well, not silence. If you listened carefully, you could hear soft snoring emanating from under the workbench. Cedric sighed. He'd been here before. "Master Oswin, I need my boots by Sunday." The snoring continued, rhythmic and untroubled. Cedric leaned over the counter and spotted a boot protruding from under the bench. Then another boot. Then he realized both boots were attached to Oswin, who was achieving a level of restfulness that bordered on religious transcendence. "Of course," Cedric muttered. He placed his boots on the counter, along with 2 small coins as payment in advance, because you always paid Oswin in advance. Otherwise, he'd definitely forget and leave quietly. There was no point in disturbing him. Oswin would wake eventually, see the boots, and maybe work on them, or maybe sleep for another few hours. It was honestly a coin toss. The door clicked shut. The snoring continued. Meanwhile, in Oswin's dreams, he was somewhere far better than this crooked shop. In his dreams, he was eating mutton pies, thick, hot ones, with flaky crusts and gravy that defied all known laws of physics. The gravy never dripped. The crust never got soggy. The pie somehow stayed at the perfect temperature forever. Sometimes there were potatoes in the dreams, roasted, golden, and seasoned with herbs that didn't exist in real life, but tasted exactly how happiness would taste if happiness had a flavor. Sometimes a flagon appeared on the table, refilling itself whenever he took a drink. The ale was always cold, always perfect, and always exactly what he wanted at that exact moment. And most importantly, in his dreams, no one asked him to fix their shoes. No demanding customers, no complaints about stitching, no discussions about whether the left boot matched the right boot, or why it took him 3 weeks to add a sole to something that should have taken 3 hours. Just pie, potatoes, ale, and the peaceful absence of footwear-related responsibility. This was Oswin's true talent. Not cobbling, though he was actually quite good at that when he bothered to be awake. His real gift was creating a mental escape so appealing that his body simply refused to remain conscious when it could be experiencing an imaginary pastry instead. Around midday, his apprentice Joss arrived. Joss was a lanky teenager who'd been assigned to Oswin through some combination of bad luck and his father's optimism about the cobbling trade. He'd quickly learned that apprenticing to Oswin meant doing most of the actual work, while Oswin provided what he called spiritual guidance and what Joss called Olympic-level napping. Joss spotted the boots on the counter, noted the coins, and glanced under the bench where Oswin was curled up like a cat who'd found the world's most uncomfortable, yet somehow still preferable sunny spot. Again, Joss said aloud, to no one in particular. He walked around the counter, crouched down, and gently slid a rolled-up piece of felt under Oswin's neck. Oswin shifted slightly, murmured something that sounded like more gravy, and settled deeper into sleep. Joss didn't wake him. What was the point? Oswin would wake when he woke, probably around mid-afternoon, definitely confused about what day it was, possibly believing he'd only closed his eyes for a moment. He'd stretch, rub his face, and announce with complete sincerity, "Right, back to work then." The fact that he'd been asleep for 4 hours would be neither acknowledged nor relevant. In the meantime, Joss picked up Cedric's boots and examined them. The soles were worn through in 2 places. The stitching needed reinforcement. The leather needed oiling. This was maybe 2 hours of work for someone who knew what they were doing. Joss knew what he was doing. He'd been doing it for months while Oswin provided moral support through his continued breathing. He set up his workspace, the actual workspace, not the theoretical one Oswin occupied while unconscious, and began working. The leather was of good quality, which made the job satisfying. The stitching was meditative. And honestly, the quiet was nice. No instructions from a drowsy master who might wake up mid-explanation and forget what he was talking about. Just leather, thread, and the occasional soft snore from under the bench. An hour passed. The boots were coming along nicely. Joss had just finished reinforcing the left sole when the shop door opened again. "Master Oswin?" A woman's voice, uncertain. "He's contemplating," Joss said, which the polite lie everyone used was, "Can I help you? I need new shoes for my daughter. For the harvest festival." "Of course. Let me take her measurements." This happened frequently. Customers would arrive expecting Oswin and instead get Joss, who was younger and less experienced but also conscious, which gave him a significant competitive advantage. Some customers were disappointed. Most were just relieved someone would actually help them. The woman and her daughter left 20 minutes later, measurements taken, a timeline promised, which Joss would actually honor, and payment made. Joss added the money to the small lockbox where he kept all the shop's earnings, since Oswin couldn't be trusted not to accidentally spend it on ale or give it to someone who asked nicely. Under the bench, Oswin continued dreaming. The mutton pie had multiplied. There were now 3 pies, all perfect, all steaming invitingly. The potatoes had turned into some kind of magical, never-ending potato that grew back each time he took a bite. This was peak human achievement as far as Oswin was concerned. By late afternoon, the shop had seen 4 customers, 3 completed repairs, 1 new commission, and 0 minutes of conscious cobbler participation. Joss had handled everything with the weary competence of someone who'd long since accepted his fate. The sun began its descent, painting the workshop in warm gold light. Shadows stretched across the floor, reaching toward the bench where Oswin remained absolutely committed to unconsciousness. And then finally he stirred. One eye opened, then the other. He stared at the underside of his bench like he was seeing it for the first time and found it vaguely disappointing. "What time is it?" he mumbled, voice thick with sleep. "Late afternoon," Joss replied, not looking up from his stitching. "Ah," Oswin stretched, bones creaking like his shop's sign in the wind. "Good nap. 4 hours, was it?" Oswin seemed genuinely surprised. "Felt like minutes. It always does." Oswin crawled out from under the bench with all the grace of a bear emerging from hibernation, slow, confused, and vaguely threatening to anyone who might comment on his appearance. His hair stuck up at odd angles. His face bore the imprint of a leather scrap he'd been using as a pillow. His tunic was wrinkled in ways that suggested it had given up on dignity long ago. He stood, swayed slightly, caught himself, and looked around his shop like he was trying to remember what business he was in. "Busy day?" he asked Joss. 4 customers, 3 repairs finished, 1 new commission. "Excellent, excellent." Oswin nodded as if he'd personally overseen all of this. "And did I work on Cedric's boots?" "No." "Ah. Planning to, though. Where are they?" "Here." Joss held up 1 boot, nearly completed. "I've been working on them." "Good lad." "Teaching you well. I am." Joss didn't respond. What could you say to that? Oswin genuinely believed he was teaching through some form of osmosis that occurred while he slept. And strangely, maybe he was. Joss had certainly learned self-reliance, problem-solving, and how to run a business entirely by himself, while his master pursued advanced degrees in napping. Oswin shuffled to his workbench, looked at the tools laid out there, and picked up a leather strap with the confused expression of someone who'd found an artifact from an alien civilization. "What's this for?" he asked. "Boot repairs." Right, obviously." He set it down carefully, as if it might explode. Then he spotted the lockbox where Joss kept the earnings. "Good day for business?" "We made enough for supplies and then some." "Wonderful." Oswin smiled with genuine pride, despite having contributed nothing except his continued breathing to these earnings. "See? The shop runs itself." "It really doesn't," Joss said quietly. "What's that?" "Nothing, Master Oswin." Oswin stretched again, yawned so widely his jaw clicked, and announced, "Right then. I think I've earned a drink at the tavern." "You close up here, like I do every day? Good man." "Learning quickly, you are." And with that, Oswin shuffled out of the shop, leaving Joss alone with 4 customers' work, 1 incomplete commission, and the certain knowledge that tomorrow would look exactly like today. Oswin would arrive, Assess the situation with the gravity of a general surveying a battlefield. Announce his intentions to be very productive, and then immediately crawl under the bench for just a quick rest to gather my thoughts. But here's the thing nobody talked about. Oswin's shoes, when he actually made them, were beautiful. The stitching was perfect. The leather was shaped with an artist's eye. The fit was better than anything you'd get from cobblers 3 villages over, who actually stayed awake during business hours. The shop had a reputation earned entirely by the shoes Oswin made during his brief moments of consciousness, perhaps 2 or 3 hours per week. Those few hours produced such quality work that people were willing to wait weeks, even months, for Oswin to wake up enough to finish their order. And Joss's work, while competent and reliable, didn't quite match Oswin's craftsmanship. Not yet, anyway. So strangely, Oswin wasn't entirely useless. He was just extremely efficient with his waking hours and extremely generous with his sleeping ones. The villagers had made their peace with this arrangement. You wanted shoes quickly? You talked to Joss. You wanted shoes perfectly? You ordered from Oswin and accepted that 3 weeks actually meant whenever he wakes up from his next dream about magical pies. It was an imperfect system run by an unconscious craftsman and his long-suffering apprentice. But it worked in the same way that most medieval institutions worked, through sheer momentum, low expectations, and everyone agreeing not to examine the situation too closely, lest it fall apart entirely. And so Oswin continued his reign as the village's sleepiest cobbler, beloved despite his absences, respected despite his napping, and secretly envied by everyone who wished they, too, could turn professional unconsciousness into a viable career strategy. Tomorrow morning he'd return to his shop, assess the day's work with the confidence of someone who definitely planned to contribute, and then crawl under his bench for just a moment to think about soul thickness. And 4 hours later, he'd wake up in a dreamland of mutton pies, wondering why everyone looked so exhausted when he felt perfectly rested. Long may he sleep? Weirdest corners of medieval life. All right, here's where things get interesting. And by interesting, I mean we're about to dive headfirst into the parts of medieval life that nobody talks about at Renaissance fairs. The stuff that makes you wonder how humanity survived this long while making such spectacularly questionable decisions. You see, everything we've covered so far was the entertainment, the fun stuff, the things medieval people did on purpose. But the really weird parts of medieval life, those were just normal. The everyday realities that people accepted without question. Even though looking back, we're all collectively thinking, why? Just why? Let me start with something that sounds innocent, but was actually a masterclass in medieval chaos, the village wake-up call, or rather, the complete lack thereof. In our village and pretty much every medieval village, there was no alarm clock, obviously, but there also wasn't a reliable rooster, as we've established. Gerald had opinions about his job performance. So how did people know when to wake up? They didn't, not really. People just sort of woke up when they woke up, then wandered outside to see if anyone else was awake yet, like some kind of medieval social experiment in peer pressure. This led to what historians politely call flexible work schedules, and what I call absolute chaos. The baker might start working at what he believed was dawn, only to discover he was 3 hours early, and now had to sit in the dark with his dough, questioning his life choices. The priest would ring the bells for morning prayers based entirely on vibes, sometimes at actual dawn, sometimes at what turned out to be the middle of the night, forcing everyone to stumble to church half asleep and deeply resentful. According to one manor court record, a dispute arose because a farmer accused his neighbor of stealing work hours by beginning suspiciously early. The neighbor's defense? The sun looked awake to me. This was apparently considered valid reasoning. The case was dismissed. But the real weirdness came in winter, when sunrise was late and sunset was early. People would wake up in darkness, work in darkness, and go to bed in darkness, with maybe 4 hours of actual daylight in between. Did this affect their mental health? Almost certainly. Did anyone think to address this? Absolutely not. They just accepted that winter was when you lived like a mole and hoped you'd remember what the sun looked like by spring. And speaking of darkness, let's talk about medieval lighting. Or rather, the lack of it. Candles were expensive, like really expensive. A single candle could cost a day's wages for a peasant. So most people didn't use them unless necessary. Instead, they relied on rushlights, which were basically reeds soaked in animal fat that you'd light on fire and hope for the best. Rushlights provided about as much light as a modern nightlight, maybe less, and they smelled absolutely terrible, like burning meat, because that's essentially what they were. They also had to be constantly tended because they'd burn out quickly, and if you didn't trim them properly, they'd smoke up your entire cottage and make everyone cough for hours. So most evening activities happened in near darkness, by firelight if you were lucky, or by the faint glow of a rushlight if you weren't. This meant that pretty much everything done after sunset was accomplished by feel, memory, and prayer. Cooking dinner? Hope you remember where you put things. Reading? Only if you wanted to destroy your eyesight by age 30. Finding your chamber pot at night? An adventure every single time, and frequently unsuccessful, judging by the smell of most medieval homes. One account describes a man who, in the darkness, accidentally put his boots on the wrong feet, walked to the well, drew water, brought it back, and only realized his mistake when he tripped over his own incorrectly booted feet and spilled the entire bucket. He went back to bed. It wasn't worth it. But here's where medieval life gets truly bizarre. The relationship between humans and animals was completely different from what we're used to. These weren't pets in the modern sense. They weren't livestock that stayed in barns, separate from human life. They were cohabitants, roommates, sometimes unwanted, sometimes tolerated, always present. Chickens wandered freely through homes, just trotting around like they paid rent. They'd nest in corners, lay eggs under furniture, and occasionally try to steal food right off the table. Nobody stopped them. Chickens were too valuable to be upset. Eggs were important, and besides, they ate the bugs that would otherwise eat your grain. One woman's diary entry, preserved by sheer luck, mentions matter-of-factly, "Hen laid egg in my shoe again. 3rd time this week. I'm considering wearing different shoes, but these are my only shoes." That's not a complaint. That's just Tuesday. Pigs were even worse, because pigs were smart, curious, and absolutely 0% interested in staying where you put them. According to court records, yes, this came up in court. Pigs breaking into homes was a constant problem. They'd nose open doors, wander in looking for food, knock things over, and occasionally fall asleep in someone's bed. Your pig was in my house. Did he break anything? He ate my bread and is currently sleeping on my wife. Is she okay? This happened often enough that some villages had pig fines. If your pig caused trouble, you owed the victim a small payment, usually paid in ale, because actual money was rare and everyone preferred the ale anyway. But the absolute peak of medieval human-animal weirdness was the sleeping arrangements. Remember how I mentioned people sometimes slept with animals for warmth? That wasn't an exaggeration or a rare occurrence. That was normal, expected, practical. In winter, especially, having a dog or even a goat sleep in your house, sometimes in your bed, was the difference between being cold and being warm enough to survive until morning. Body heat was body heat, and nobody was picky about where it came from. There are records of people specifically breeding dogs to be bed warmers, small, fluffy dogs whose primary job was to lie on your feet at night. This sounds cute until you remember medieval hygiene standards and realize these dogs were probably covered in fleas, mud, and various substances we don't need to enumerate. One chronicle mentions a noble lady who slept with 3 small dogs, 2 cats, and occasionally a lamb when the winds blow cold. Her bedroom must have smelled like a barn. She apparently didn't mind. Or maybe she did, but warmth trumped dignity. And this brings us to another weird corner of medieval life: smells. Oh boy, the smells. See, we think medieval people must have gotten used to the smell of their environment. And they probably did, to some extent. But that doesn't mean the smell wasn't objectively horrifying. It just means they'd accepted it as the background scent of existence. Every home had its own signature smell, usually a combination of smoke constantly from the fire, animal waste tracked in from outside, or produced by inside animals. Human waste, chamber pots, weren't always emptied promptly. Unwashed bodies, bathing was rare. Unwashed clothes, washing was labor-intensive. Food in various states of decay. Herbs hung to dry, if you were fancy. And whatever mysterious substance was growing in the corner that everyone had agreed not to investigate. Guests entering a home could literally tell who lived there by smell alone. Ah, yes, this is definitely the tanner's house, or the cheesemaker lives here. I can tell from outside. The church, believe it or not, was often one of the better-smelling places, not because it was cleaner, but because they burned incense specifically to cover up the smell of too many unwashed people in one place. Frankincense wasn't just for religious symbolism. It was medieval Febreze. But perhaps the absolute weirdest aspect of medieval hygiene, and this is going to sound made up, but I promise it's not, was the complete lack of privacy around bodily functions. Remember how I mentioned chamber pots? Let's talk about those. Chamber pots were, essentially, buckets you used as toilets. Fine. Makes sense for nighttime when going outside is dangerous or inconvenient. But here's the thing. In most homes, especially small peasant cottages, everyone shared one chamber pot. The entire family. And it wasn't hidden away in a separate room. There were no separate rooms. It was just ... there, in the corner, in full view of everyone. Using it while other people were present wasn't considered embarrassing. It was just necessary. According to the logic of the time, everyone did it, so why pretend otherwise? Modesty was for the wealthy who could afford separate rooms. And in the morning, usually the youngest daughter or the newest servant would have the delightful job of carrying the chamber pot outside and dumping it. Where? Well, that varied. Ideally in a designated pit. Realistically, often just outside, somewhere, hopefully downwind. In cities, people would literally throw waste out of windows into the street. Yes, that happened. Yes, it was as bad as it sounds. There were even warnings you were supposed to yell before doing it. Gardez-vous. In some places, derived from French, regard as l'eau. Watch out for the water, though the substance was definitely not water. Did people actually yell the warning? Sometimes. Did people listen to the warning? Rarely. Getting hit with falling waste was common enough that it showed up in court records as a recurring complaint. Your waist hit my hat. Prove it was my waist. These were actual legal disputes. But back to village life, where at least the waste stayed mostly on the ground. There was another weird corner of medieval existence that nobody talks about. The complete lack of personal space in any context. Privacy, as a concept, basically didn't exist for most people. Homes were small, often just one room for an entire family. Beds were shared, not just between married couples, but between siblings, parents, and children, sometimes even guests and random relatives who showed up unannounced. And I don't mean sharing a bedroom. I mean sharing an actual bed. One mattress, if you were lucky enough to have a mattress, and not just a pile of straw with multiple people in it. You slept touching other humans always, every night. Your entire life. One record describes a bed that housed 6 souls, 2 parents, 3 children, and a visiting uncle. 6 people. One bed. How big was the bed? It doesn't say, but probably not big enough. This meant that everyone knew everything about everyone. You couldn't hide snoring, sleep-talking, nightmares, or any other nocturnal habits. If you got up to use the chamber pot at night, everyone knew. If you had a nightmare, everyone woke up. If you got sick, everyone else was getting sick too, because germs don't respect the tiny amount of personal space you were desperately clinging to. But it wasn't just sleeping. Working happened in communal spaces. Eating happened with everyone present. Even supposedly private activities like changing clothes or bathing, when it happened, often occurred with an audience, because where else would you go? Outside? In winter? Absolutely not. This led to some fascinating social dynamics. For instance, couples who wanted to be intimate had to get extremely creative. The whole everyone sleeps in one room thing made romance got complicated. Timing was everything. You had to wait until everyone else was asleep, or at least pretending to be asleep, which led to a lot of awkward situations where children would loudly ask, "Why are mother and father wrestling?" Some families developed elaborate codes. I need to check on the chickens at a specific time of night meant everyone please pretend to be asleep for 15 minutes. The fence needs mending could mean we're going outside, don't follow us. Did this work? Sort of. Did everyone know exactly what was happening? Absolutely. But there was a collective agreement to maintain the polite fiction, because everyone needed the same courtesy eventually. Young couples who wanted actual privacy sometimes resorted to barns, fields, or forests, weather permitting. This is why so many medieval love stories involve outdoor locations. It wasn't romantic. It was literally the only place you could be alone. One court record describes a scandal where a young couple was caught behaving inappropriately in the hayloft. Their defense? Where else are we supposed to go? The judge, showing surprising sympathy, apparently just sighed and told them to be more discreet. Translation: get better at not getting caught. But perhaps the weirdest corner of medieval village life was the concept of communal decision-making, or rather the lack of any actual system for making decisions, combined with everyone having strong opinions anyway. Remember the fake festival that happened because someone rang a bell? That's actually pretty representative of how things worked, or didn't work. Decisions happened through a combination of whoever yelled loudest, whoever the priest agreed with sometimes, whomever the Lord's representative agreed with, if they were paying attention, whatever the old women at the well decided, secretly, the most powerful, or just ... Whatever ended up happening by accident, there was technically a system of manor courts, reeves, and village councils. But in practice, a lot of stuff just sort of happened through collective momentum. Someone would start doing something, others would join in, and suddenly it was how things are done now. Take crop rotation. You'd think that would be carefully planned, right? Important agricultural decision affects everyone's survival. Sometimes it was planned. Sometimes the plan was, let's do what we did last year. And sometimes someone would just start planting something different, and everyone else would shrug and follow along because apparently that's what we're doing now. This led to some interesting innovations, accidental ones. Why are we planting beans here? Dunno, Aldrich started doing it. Is it working? Seems to be. All right then, but it also led to some spectacular failures. Why did we all decide to plant barley in the east field? Because everyone else was doing it. The east field is terrible for barley. Yes, we've learned that now, and nobody was in charge of coordinating anything. The reeve was supposed to, but as we've established, his main job was walking around looking official while accomplishing nothing. The Lord Steward cared about collecting taxes, not about whether your turnips were planted in a sensible location. So villages just figured it out, collectively, through trial and error, loud arguments, and eventual exhausted consensus. It's a miracle anything grew at all. Now, let's talk about the parts of medieval life that were so deeply strange that even medieval people probably knew they were weird. They just didn't have any better options, so they kept doing them anyway. Let's start with medieval medicine. Oh boy, medieval medicine. See, medieval people weren't stupid. They could observe that certain herbs helped with certain problems. They understood basic wound care. They knew that not dying was preferable to dying. But they also believed some absolutely wild things about how the human body worked. Take the four humors theory, for instance. Medieval doctors, and by doctors I mean people who'd read maybe one book and decided that qualified them, believed the body contained four fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Health meant these fluids were balanced. Sickness meant they were imbalanced. So far, so wrong, but at least it's a system. The problem is how they tried to fix imbalances. Got a fever? That's too much blood. Solution: remove some blood. Got a cough? Too much phlegm. Solution: make yourself vomit to get it out. Feeling sad? Black bile imbalance. Solution: bloodletting again, because apparently that fixed everything. Bloodletting was the medieval medical equivalent of have you tried turning it off and on again? Except instead of rebooting your computer, you were draining blood from your arm and hoping that somehow solved your headache. And people paid for this. They trusted this because it was official medical knowledge, and occasionally people did get better. Not because bloodletting worked, but because most illnesses resolve on their own given time. but medieval doctors took credit anyway. One record describes a barber surgeon, yes, the same person who cut your hair and performed surgery, make of that what you will, who treated a man's stomach pain with bloodletting, applying leeches and making him drink a mixture of wine and crushed beetles. The man recovered. The doctor declared victory. The man probably recovered despite the treatment, not because of it. But try telling that to someone in 1347. But medicine wasn't the only weird corner of medieval life. Let's talk about the legal system, which was creative, to put it mildly. Most disputes were settled in manor courts, which sounds official until you realize the judge was often just the Lord's representative, who may or may not have any legal training and was definitely making up half the rules as he went along. Trials were less about evidence and more about who could tell the most convincing story, or who had more friends willing to vouch for them, or in some cases who could literally fight better. Yes, trial by combat was a real thing. If you were accused of a crime and couldn't prove your innocence, you could challenge your accuser to a fight. The logic: God would ensure the innocent person won. Did this work? Absolutely not. It meant the better fighter won, regardless of guilt. But medieval people were committed to the bit, so they kept doing it for centuries. And if you couldn't fight, if you were old or sick, or just not very good at hitting people with sticks, you could hire a champion to fight on your behalf. So now it became about who could afford the better fighter. Your Honor, I didn't steal that pig. The pig's owner says you did. Then let us settle this with steel. Jenkins, get the sticks. There were also trials by ordeal. If you were accused of a crime and there wasn't enough evidence, you might be subjected to something like trial by hot iron. You'd have to carry a burning hot piece of metal for a certain distance. Then your hand would be bandaged. 3 days later, they'd check the wound. If it was healing cleanly, you were innocent. If it was infected, you were guilty. The logic: God would protect the innocent. The reality: everyone's hands got infected because this was medieval times, and they didn't know about antiseptics. So basically, everyone was found guilty. Great system. Trial by water was even better. They'd throw you into the water. If you floated, you were guilty because pure water rejected sinners. If you sank, you were innocent. Of course, if you sank, you might also drown, but hey, at least you were innocent. Small comfort when you're dead. These methods were eventually phased out, but not until they'd been used for centuries. Centuries of people being subjected to burns, drowning, and combat to determine legal guilt. And everyone just accepted this as reasonable. But legal weirdness wasn't the only institutional strangeness. Let's talk about the church, which was simultaneously the most powerful institution in medieval life and also completely bizarre in ways nobody talks about. For instance, the church had opinions about everything, not just spiritual matters, everything. When you could have sex, limited days, what you could eat, fish on Fridays, nothing during Lent, and how you should sleep. Apparently, there were wrong ways to sleep that were sinful. I'm not clear on the details, and honestly don't want to be. But the church also excommunicated animals. Yes, animals. There are actual records of animals being put on trial for crimes. A pig killed a child. Put the pig on trial, with a lawyer defending the pig, in a formal court proceeding. This happened multiple times. There are trial records. The pigs usually lost and were executed. though occasionally they'd get a reduced sentence if the lawyer argued mitigating circumstances. Your Honor, the pig was provoked. What provoked the pig? We don't know, but apparently it was convincing enough to spare the pig's life. Rats were excommunicated for eating crops. The church would literally put out a decree stating that the rats in a particular area were no longer welcome in the church and were cursed. Did this stop the rats? No. Did it make people feel like someone was doing something about the rat problem? Apparently, yes. Which was the point. There's a recorded case where caterpillars were put on trial for destroying grapevines. The caterpillar's lawyer argued they had as much right to eat as humans did. The caterpillars won and were given a designated field where they were allowed to eat. I am not making this up. This is documented history. Medieval people really looked at problems and thought, you know what this needs? Legal proceedings involving creatures that can't understand language. But religious weirdness went deeper than animal trials. Medieval people believed in a whole universe of supernatural beings that supposedly interacted with daily life. Not just God and angels, we're talking about a complex hierarchy of demons, fairies, spirits, and various other entities that apparently had nothing better to do than mess with farmers. Fairies were considered real and dangerous. If your milk went sour, fairies might have cursed it. If your child got sick, it might be a changeling, a fairy child swapped for your real child. If you found a strange circle of mushrooms, fairy ring. Stay away, or you'll be cursed, kidnapped, forced to dance until you die of exhaustion. This wasn't superstition that people dismissed. These were genuine beliefs that affected behavior. People left out offerings for fairies. They avoided certain places at certain times. They performed rituals to protect their children from being swapped. And nobody thought this was weird. This was just how the world worked. There were beings you couldn't see, and they had power over your life, and you needed to stay on their good side. The church tried to discourage fairy belief competition for the supernatural market, but it persisted anyway. Then there were the saints. Oh, the saints. Medieval people had a saint for everything, not just big important things, everything. There was a saint for lost causes, a saint for toothaches, a saint for hangovers, seriously, even a saint for disappointing children. Need help finding something? Pray to St. Anthony. Having trouble with your marriage? St. Valentine? Plague? St. Sebastian? Bad haircut? There's probably a saint for that, too. I just haven't found them yet, and people took this seriously. They'd make pilgrimages to saints' shrines, hoping for miracles. They'd pray to specific saints for specific problems with the confidence of someone filling out a customer service request form. Dear Saint Christopher, my cart broke. Please fix. Sincerely, Gerald. Did miracles happen? Sometimes people believe they did. Someone's illness would improve naturally, and they'd credit the saint they'd been praying to. Someone's lost item would turn up, and clearly St. Anthony had intervened. Nobody could prove otherwise, so the belief persisted. But beyond formal religion, medieval people had their own folk beliefs that were even weirder. Charms, curses, protective rituals, a whole magical worldview that operated alongside Christianity. For instance, people believed you could curse someone by writing their name on a piece of paper, putting it in a box with nails and thorns, and burying it. This would cause the person pain corresponding to the nails. Did it work? No. Did people believe it worked? Absolutely. Did people therefore spend time and energy worrying about whether someone had buried their name in a box? Unfortunately, yes. Love potions were sold by various village wise women who may or may not have known what they were doing. These potions usually contained herbs, maybe some animal parts, and definitely a lot of wishful thinking. They didn't work as advertised, but occasionally people would convince themselves they'd fallen in love because of the potion, which created a sort of placebo effect. I gave him the potion, and now he smiled at me. He smiled because you said hello, not because of the potion. The potion made him receptive to my hello. You couldn't win these arguments. But perhaps the absolute weirdest corner of medieval life was how they dealt with death. Because in a world where death was common, child mortality was high, disease was rampant, accidents were frequent, and you'd think they'd be more casual about it. Instead, they were obsessed. Death was everywhere in their art, their literature, and their daily conversations. They had elaborate beliefs about what happened after death, how to prepare for it, what sins might send you to hell, and how long you'd spend in purgatory. They had specific time estimates for different sins, very organized. But they also handled death in practical ways that seemed shockingly callous to us. Someone died? Well, you couldn't keep the body around long, no refrigeration. Decomposition happened fast, so burial happened quickly, often within a day. Funerals were brief. Mourning was expected but not prolonged. There was too much work to do. Graveyards were reused constantly. You'd be buried, and 20 years later, when the flesh had decomposed, your bones might be dug up to make room for someone else. Your skull might end up stacked in a charnel house with hundreds of others. This wasn't disrespectful. It was just practical. And people were surprisingly okay with this. Death was the one guarantee in life. Everyone knew they'd die, probably earlier than they wanted. So they tried to prepare for it spiritually while not dwelling on it emotionally. It was a strange balance, deeply concerned about the state of their soul, relatively unconcerned about the timing of their death, though that didn't stop them from trying to predict it. People believed in death omens, signs that someone was going to die soon. A bird hitting your window? Death omen. Hearing 3 knocks at night with nobody there? Death omen. Dog howling at the moon? Death omen. Seeing a black cat? Depends on which direction it walked. Were these accurate? No, but people believed them, which meant living in constant low-level anxiety about whether today's random event was predicting your imminent doom. I dropped a spoon this morning. Which way did it point? North. Oh no. What does that mean? I don't know, but it's bad. How bad? We'll find out. This is what passed for certainty in medieval life. Everything was mysterious, potentially significant, and probably dangerous. So you just did your best, tried not to offend God or fairies or your neighbors, and hoped that when you died, which could be today, or tomorrow, or next year, at least your soul would be in okay shape. Because that was the real weirdness at the heart of medieval life. Despite all the chaos, the bizarre beliefs, the questionable hygiene, and the complete lack of privacy, people genuinely believed that all of it was temporary. Real life, they thought, started after death. This was just the warm-up. So they tolerated the pigs in their beds, the chamber pots in their homes, the neighbors knowing their business, and the constant uncertainty about whether that weird rash was natural or fairy-cursed. Because if they could just make it through this life without accumulating too many sins, paradise awaited. And honestly, given what they were living through, that hope might have been the least weird thing about them. Strange things people did for fun in medieval times. Let's dive into this world where fun wasn't downloaded. It was improvised, chaotic, and often involved at least one confused farm animal. The sun rolled slowly over the hills, spilling light across a village that was already awake in the worst possible way. The rooster, let's call him Gerald, though nobody had bothered to name him officially, was having what could only be described as an existential crisis on the blacksmith's roof. He'd been scheduled to crow at dawn for approximately 7 years now, and frankly, he was over it. Gerald fluffed his feathers with the air of someone who'd just quit their job without notice. Below him, the baker's boy had already fallen off his stool with a magnificent thud, blamed the oven for existing, and was now covered in flour that made him look like a very angry ghost. The village, you see, didn't wake up gracefully. It stumbled into consciousness like a drunk person looking for their other boot. Here's where things get interesting, though. While Gerald staged his one-bird protest and the baker's boy questioned his life choices, the village was already preparing for its favorite pastime, turning absolutely nothing into absolute chaos. Picture this: a typical medieval village square at mid-morning. Now, you might think people would be working, doing important medieval things like, I don't know, surviving. But no. According to records from various English manors, medieval folks spent a shocking amount of time on what historians politely call communal recreation and what we'd call organized disasters waiting to happen. Take, for instance, the Great Pig Race of every Tuesday, apparently. Someone, nobody remembers who, had decided that watching pigs sprint toward a bucket of slop was peak entertainment. And you know what? They were absolutely right. The blacksmith would bet his best hammer. The baker would wager bread. And Gertrude the cow, because of course there was a cow named Gertrude, would watch from her pen with the judgmental stare of someone who'd seen this all before and found it beneath her dignity. But here's the thing that really gets me. They didn't just race pigs. Oh no. According to court records from medieval England, villages held competitions for nearly everything. Wrestling matches where the prize was a wheel of cheese. Shin-kicking contests that were exactly what they sound like and just as painful. And my personal favorite, the catching of the greased pig competition, where some poor swine was covered in lard and released into a crowd of grown adults who'd apparently forgotten they had actual work to do. Now, let's talk about the entertainment that really separated medieval fun from modern fun. The absolute obsession with bodily functions. I'm not kidding. While we consider burping at the table rude, medieval villagers turned it into a sport. According to various historical accounts, farting contests were a legitimate form of entertainment at festivals and gatherings. There were rules, apparently. Volume mattered. Duration counted. And if you could make an animal noise while doing it, bonus points. The children loved it, obviously. The adults pretended to be scandalized while secretly keeping score. And the village elders would nod sagely and declare winners with the same gravity they'd use for settling land disputes. One chronicler from the period described a festival where a man of considerable girth did produce such a thunderous report that it did frighten a horse and was declared champion of the day. Just imagine putting that on your medieval resume. But wait, it gets weirder. While modern people might play tag or hide and seek, medieval children had what I can only describe as organized agricultural warfare. Kids would gather in the barley fields, supposedly to help with weeding. What actually happened? Full-scale vegetable combat. Thomas, age 9 and already missing 2 front teeth from unrelated incidents, would declare himself commander of dirt and form what he called the Shovel Brigade. The rules were simple. Dig something up, throw it, and if you get hit, fall as dramatically as humanly possible. According to one bemused farmer's account from a manor court, children once turned an entire afternoon of field work into what he described as a turnip-based military campaign that accomplished nothing save the terrorizing of chickens. Turnips became ammunition. Clumps of soil became grenades. One girl named Elsie perfected what witnesses called the theatrical death, lying face down in the grass and murmuring, "Tell my goat I loved her," as if breathing her final words into the wind. Nobody questioned this. In fact, it became the standard. If you got hit by a rotten potato, you didn't just say ow. You crumpled to the earth like a mortally wounded knight and delivered a monologue about your regrets. The adults? They'd look up from their actual work, see children pelting each other with root vegetables, and just, go back to plowing. One farmer, according to records, saw kids steal a wheelbarrow, race it downhill into the river, and emerge riding a goose like a chariot. His response? He went back to checking his fence posts. He'd seen worse. Now you might be thinking, surely the entertainment got more sophisticated in the evenings, and you'd be wrong. Dead wrong. Because medieval people had discovered something that modern society has forgotten. Anything can be entertaining if you're bored enough and slightly drunk. Evening entertainment often centered on the great hall or tavern, where the fire burned and the ale flowed with regularity. According to contemporary accounts, storytelling was the main event, but not the kind of refined, literary storytelling you might imagine. No, this was competitive lying at its finest. There was always someone like Tolan, the miller's cousin, who'd start every story with, "Did I ever tell you about the time?" The answer was always yes. Everyone had heard it, multiple times, but Tolan would tell it anyway, and somehow the details would change each time. This week, the ghost in the barley field had 1 boot and smelled like turnips. Last week, it was barefoot and smelled like disappointment. Nobody corrected him. That wasn't the point. Then there was Maud, who insisted she once knew a man who wrestled a bear for romantic reasons. The bear, she'd claim, was surprisingly gentle and had beautiful eyes. By the third telling, someone would point out that the bear was actually a very large dog, and the romance had ended in a splintered fence and 2 missing teeth. Maud would shrug and say, "Same thing, really." But perhaps the most beloved form of medieval entertainment was the kind that happened spontaneously, chaotically, and with absolutely no planning whatsoever. Let me tell you about the festival that nobody remembers starting. It began with a bell. Just one sharp clang from the village square right after dawn. Nobody was scheduled to ring it. It wasn't a feast day. The crops hadn't done anything worth celebrating. And yet, the bell rang, echoing through morning mist, like a question nobody wanted to answer. Then someone nobody could say who shouted, "Festival Day." And just like that, it became true. By the time the sun cleared the trees, the words had leapt from mouth to mouth like sparks in a dry barn. It's Festival Day. Of course it is. Long live the festival. What are we celebrating? Someone asked. Doesn't matter. Pie's involved. And that was enough. The baker, still in his nightshirt, stumbled outside to find 3 women banging on his shutters. "We need 20 pies," they declared. He blinked at them, confused. "I haven't made dough." "Then make some," they replied with the confidence of people who decided reality was optional. "Or the festival gods will be angry." "We have festival gods today." "We do." Within an hour, the village square was unrecognizable. Someone had tied ribbons to a fence post. The fence post collapsed, so they tied them to Oswald the goat instead. Oswald, already known for questionable decision-making, took this as a sign of political ascension and began head-butting barrels with imperial pride. A man appeared with a fiddle. Another person who'd never played flute before but claimed strong family resemblance to those who had attempted to join in. The result was what could generously be called music, if music could include the sounds of distressed waterfowl and stepped-on cats. The butcher declared a competition. Guess what's in this pie? Entry was free. Regret was not. One pie was definitely just mashed beans inside a bread bowl. Another may have contained fish or soap. It was genuinely hard to tell. Children reenacted a heroic tale of Sir Turnip and the Dragon of Dirt, which involved one boy wearing a bucket and another pretending to breathe fire with the help of an unfortunate chili pepper. An old woman blessed them both. Nobody knew if she was qualified, but her confidence was inspiring. Meanwhile, Oswald, the goat, climbed onto a hay cart and appeared to deliver a speech. Nobody understood it, but the applause was thunderous. This goat, covered in ribbons and radiating chaotic energy, had somehow become the festival's unofficial mayor. He would later steal someone's hat and wear it with such style that people started to wonder if maybe, just maybe, goats should be in charge of everything. By afternoon, 2 arguments had broken out over whether this was even a real holiday. By evening, both parties were drunk enough to agree it didn't matter. Someone suggested making it an annual event. Someone else suggested specifically not including the pies. A third person, mouth still full, couldn't agree more. The priest, who'd been standing in confusion since morning, eventually sat beside the baker. Both men were sipping from the same jug. "What are we celebrating again?" the baker asked. The priest squinted into the sun. "Unity," he said, "or chaos?" "Maybe both. It's not a real holiday, is it? Is any of them?" The priest shrugged. They clinked cups. "Now, you might think the chaos ended when the sun went down. But that's where you'd be wrong, because medieval nights had their own special brand of weird, and it usually involved animals, romance, and spectacular failures, often simultaneously. Let me paint you a picture of midnight courtship, medieval style. There was this meadow beyond the last fence post, you know, the one that leaned like it had given up on life. That's where young villagers went when they had feelings they couldn't express during daylight hours without dying of embarrassment. The moon would hang fat and nosy over the treetops, and one by one, nervous teenagers would show up with wilted flowers, questionable poetry, and absolutely no plan. Take Tom, for instance. He'd spent 3 hours getting ready, which in medieval terms meant his shirt was actually clean. He paced near the old oak tree, waiting for Anwen, practicing his opening line over and over. What was his opening line, you ask? Some of these beats are quite round today. I'm not making this up. According to the romantic expectations of the time, subtlety was everything. You couldn't just say, "I like you." That was too bold, too forward, too likely to result in actual communication. No, you had to work up to it through increasingly awkward metaphors involving root vegetables. Anwen eventually showed up, and their entire courtship consisted of throwing dirt at each other. Tom compares her to a fancy beat. Tom reciting a poem about turnips that included the line, "I'd rather look at you." Both of them agreed that if her father found out, Tom would need to run very fast. Tom discovered that Anwen's father owned a crossbow. Tom realized he was not, in fact, that fast. This was considered peak romance. And honestly, it worked. They held hands for approximately 4 seconds before both dying of embarrassment and pretending to be interested in the wind. But not everyone was successful. Elsewhere in that same meadow, Lena waited under a hawthorn tree for an hour, clutching a note she'd written. He never came. She burned the note with a flint and walked home barefoot, crying but pretending it was just the moonlight being weird. Gareth, meanwhile, proposed to the wrong girl entirely. In the dark, cloaks apparently looked very similar. She laughed until she cried. He cried until he laughed. They agreed to never speak of it again, then proceeded to tell literally everyone. And in perhaps the most medieval moment of all, someone's goat showed up wearing a garland and appeared to get engaged. Nobody questioned it. At this point, if Oswald wanted a spouse, Oswald could have a spouse. But let's take a moment to appreciate what really made medieval fun so special. The complete lack of self-consciousness. These people weren't worried about looking cool or going viral or getting likes. They raced pigs because pigs were funny. They told the same bad stories because hearing them again was comforting. They turned random Tuesdays into festivals because why not? What else were they going to do? Pay taxes? Hard pass. The thing is, medieval entertainment wasn't about production value or special effects. It was about community, shared absurdity, and the collective agreement that yes, we're all going to pretend that Turnip is a dragon now, and if you don't play along, you're the weird one. According to historical records, villages would gather for all sorts of bizarre competitions. There were cheese-rolling contests, where a wheel of cheese was sent tumbling down a hill, and people chased it, inevitably resulting in broken bones and regret. There were bladder ball games, literally pig bladders inflated and kicked around, that were the violent ancestors of soccer. One account describes a match that lasted 3 days and ended with someone's house being accidentally destroyed. They just kept playing. And then there were the blood sports, which, okay, we don't need to glorify those. But even in their more questionable entertainments, there was this sense that life was short, brutal, and deeply weird, so you might as well laugh about it. The medieval approach to fun was essentially, take whatever you have, mud, vegetables, livestock, existential dread, and turn it into a competition. And somehow it worked. People genuinely enjoyed watching their neighbor try to catch a greased pig. They found joy in listening to the same man tell the same ghost story for the 40th time. They celebrated holidays that didn't exist and made up rules for games that made no sense. Because at the end of the day, medieval fun wasn't about the activity itself. It was about the excuse to gather, to laugh, to forget for a moment that winter was coming, and the harvest was questionable, and everyone's teeth hurt. There's something beautiful about that, isn't there? The idea that entertainment doesn't need to be sophisticated or expensive or even particularly good. It just needs to bring people together and make them smile. Even if that smile is because someone just face-planted while chasing a pig covered in lard. So yes, medieval people raced pigs. They wrestled for cheese. They held farting contests with straight faces and serious judging criteria. They let goats wear ribbons and deliver speeches. They created entire festivals out of thin air because someone rang a bell, and everyone just went with it. And honestly, they might have been having more fun than we are. Now let's talk about what happened when medieval entertainment got really weird. And trust me, we haven't even scratched the surface of the absurdity yet. You see, all that chaos we just covered? That was the normal stuff, the everyday garden variety medieval entertainment. But when special occasions rolled around, or when someone had drunk just a little too much ale, things escalated into territory that would make modern party planners weep. Let me tell you about the minstrel. Oh, the minstrel. He arrived with a lute slung over his back and the confidence of someone who'd mistaken mild applause for divine prophecy. His name, he insisted, was Sir Eldritch of the Seven Strings, though nobody could confirm whether that referred to his lute or something more anatomical. He wore a hat with an absurd feather and spoke exclusively in what he believed was poetic language. In the year of our Lord, he began one morning, approaching Muriel by the well. May I inquire where yon latrine doth reside? Muriel pointed. Over there? And don't yawn me. At first, the village welcomed him. That's what you did when a minstrel came through. You offered soup, a spot by the fire, maybe a place in the barn, if he didn't smell too badly. He'd play a few songs, tell some tales, then vanish with the next cart of turnips. That was the deal. But this one stayed, and stayed, and stayed. The first night, children danced to his music. The second night, the butcher's wife clapped along. By the fifth night, people were finding urgent reasons to be elsewhere, checking on non-existent goats, rearranging firewood, and suddenly remembering they needed to count their chickens. Twice. The problem wasn't just that he stayed. It was that he only knew 3 songs, exactly 3. One about a brave knight who loved a swan, which grew less romantic the more you thought about it. One about a miller's daughter involving deeply questionable metaphors, and one called The Wind Doth Moan for Thee, which involved actual moaning sustained, uncomfortable moaning, hitting the same note approximately 17 times. When asked if he knew anything else, he'd smile like he'd been mistaken for royalty, and reply, "Ah, but these are sacred tales, crafted under moonlight and muse." And Overcooked, the baker's son would mutter. But it wasn't just the songs. It was how he began every story, every explanation, and every casual comment with the same phrase, "In the year of our Lord." Didn't matter what he was talking about. A dragon? In the year of our Lord, a beast of flame. A stolen pie? In the year of our Lord, a most wicked pastry vanished. Once he tried to explain the rules of a dice game using that opening. The blacksmith nodded politely, then threw the dice into the fire. By the second week, Sir Eldritch had inserted himself into everyone's lives like a well-meaning splinter. He lingered at the inn, strumming softly and waiting for someone to request a tune. Nobody did. He wandered into the chapel, claiming the acoustics helped him commune with the divine, though the priest gently asked him to stop turning psalms into limericks. He serenaded cows in the fields. "They're more forgiving than people," he sighed one afternoon, sitting beside Gertrude, the village's largest and least impressed cow. Gertrude chewed her cud with the expression of someone enduring a terrible blind date. Eventually, a secret meeting was held behind the granary. Desperate times call for desperate measures. "What if we tell him there's a music contest in the next town?" someone suggested. "He'll come back with a trophy. Can we bribe him? With what? Our remaining patience?" Someone suggested sending him into the forest to serenade bears. Another floated the idea of arranging a marriage. Surely some far-off village would take him. But nobody had the heart to be cruel. He meant well. He smiled like a dog that didn't know it had tracked mud into the chapel. And he was trying, always trying. One evening, as the village gathered around the well, Sir Eldridge appeared with his lute, eyes shining. "Friends," he began, "in the year of our Lord." Audible groans rippled through the crowd. "I shall perform a new piece." Heads snapped up. "New?" He cleared his throat, strummed once, and then paused. "I forgot the second verse," he admitted sheepishly. "But I remember the chorus. It was unfortunately the moaning part." Still he sang it, and this time, instead of fleeing, people laughed. Not at him, well, mostly not at him, but at the sheer absurdity of it all. Someone handed him a crust of bread. A child danced badly on purpose, and for a moment the irritation faded. He was still terrible, but he was theirs now. While the minstrel provided unintentional comedy, the village had its own cast of eccentric characters who turned mere existence into performance, art. Take Brother Cuthbert, for instance. Brother Cuthbert lived at the monastery on the edge of town, past the herb garden, and behind the crumbling stone wall where nobody bothered to weed. He had a cell of his own, technically, though he was rarely in it. He preferred the woods, or the pond, or crouching behind the chapel, whispering to slugs. It depended on the day. Cuthbert collected owl feathers. Not for quills, not for decoration, just feathers. Hundreds of them, sorted by length, hue, and what he called emotional aura. He kept them tucked into his robe sleeves like bookmarks for thoughts he hadn't finished thinking. Sometimes they'd fall out mid-conversation, and he'd chase them with the urgency of a man rescuing Holy Scripture. He also talked to trees, not metaphorically, literally, with pauses, questions, and nods of serious understanding. He referred to the oak near the well as Father Eldridge, and often told novices that the maple by the brook wept sap for sinners. "Some people hear angels," he once said. "I hear bark." And then there were the spoons. Brother Cuthbert carved spoons with a skill that could only be described as unsettling. Nobody had taught him. One day he picked up a crooked twig, muttered something about hidden shape, and by sunset had produced a ladle so elegant the abbot refused to use it for fear of spiritual offense. Every spoon was different. Some had handles shaped like spirals, others like bird beaks. One had a faint face etched into its bowl, and nobody could look at it too long without feeling like they owed her an apology. The kitchen had dozens, yet the cook insisted on using only one. The rest were for show or possibly for defense, depending on her mood. When asked what gospel his artwork represented, Cuthbert replied, "Mark, probably. Would have had more frogs if I'd had time." The villagers regarded him with equal parts reverence and alarm. Children left him offerings of dandelions and buttons. Old women crossed themselves when he passed, then asked for talismans just in case. And once, when a bandit threatened the monastery, Cuthbert simply stared at him and handed over dried mushrooms. The bandit returned a week later to return a borrowed staff and ask if Cuthbert could bless his goat. He did, solemnly, with 3 owl feathers and a chant that may or may not have been improvised. The goat was never the same in a good way, apparently. But if Brother Cuthbert represented the spiritual side of medieval entertainment, Gertrude the cow represented its practical heart. Because you see, Gertrude wasn't just livestock. She was an institution. Gertrude was the only cow in the village with her own nickname among the children, the Throne of Doom. Her stare had been known to make grown men reconsider their professions. She had opinions about everything: hay quality, weather patterns, the moral character of anyone who dared approach her, and she wasn't shy about expressing them. When young Edwin was tasked with milking her one morning, he approached with the reverence of a man entering battle. "Morning," he said softly, trying to sound confident. "I'm here too, the milking." Gertrude didn't respond. She shifted her weight slightly, which might have meant come closer or prepare to die. It was hard to tell. Edwin crouched on a wobbly stool, reached out with trembling hands, and attempted his first gentle tug. Nothing. Another tug. Still nothing. He looked up. Gertrude was chewing slowly, staring at him with what could only be described as a smirk, which shouldn't have been possible in a bovine face, yet there it was. "Please," he whispered. Somewhere in the distance, thunder rumbled. Or maybe it was the baker's cart. Either way, it felt ominous. Then Gertrude moved. With a twist of her body that defied physics and modesty, she shifted her rear leg and delivered a precise, calculated kick that sent the bucket flying, knocked the stool sideways, and deposited Edwin directly into a pile of straw that smelled distinctly of past regrets. Edwin lay there, sprawled out, staring at the beams above. "All right," he gasped. "Not progress." Gertrude turned her head, snorted, and resumed chewing. Edwin sat up, covered in milk, straw, and shame. His tunic clung to him in patches. His hair looked like it had been licked by a confused ghost. But he got up. He retrieved the dented bucket. He returned to the wobbly stool with the determination of a martyr and the posture of a drowned rat. And this time he tried a different approach. Humming. A soft, nervous tune that sounded vaguely like a lullaby crossed with a funeral march. He gave a gentler pull, eyes closed, hoping that maybe Gertrude appreciated music. To his surprise, she stayed still. A thin stream of milk began to trickle into the bucket. He didn't breathe, didn't blink, and just milked slowly, rhythmically, imagining applause in the distance. Then the tail came. It whipped across his face with a wet smack that tasted like manure and betrayal. The bucket tipped. The milk spilled. Gertrude let out a low, satisfied moo. By the time the stable master returned, Edwin was slumped against the barn door, defeated. "Well?" the man asked. Edwin looked up. "She gave me something? Milk?" "Mostly contempt," the man chuckled. "She only respects two people, the priest and the old widow who feeds her honey oats on Thursdays. Everyone else is just a target." Gertrude snorted in agreement. While Gertrude terrorized apprentices, the village children were busy with their own form of entertainment, organized chaos disguised as helpful labor. Every morning they'd be released into the barley fields with small shovels and baskets, told to gather weeds. They were also told not to hit each other with shovels, not climb the scarecrow, and not pretend to die in front of travelers. These requests were understood, but never remembered. Within minutes, Thomas, age 9, missing 2 front teeth, would declare himself commander of dirt and form the shovel brigade. "You dig, you duck, and if you get hit, you scream," he'd announce proudly. Marigold, the oldest at 12 and far too intelligent for her environment, would roll her eyes so hard it counted as exercise. She was supposed to supervise. Instead, she found herself ducking as a rotten turnip flew past her ear. The battle would begin. turnips became ammunition. Clumps of damp soil were grenades. Someone fashioned a helmet from a cracked bucket and half a bird's nest. One girl, Elsie, would lie face down in the grass, arms spread wide, murmuring, "Tell my goat I loved her," as if breathing her final words. A nearby farmer would glance up once, see the chaos, and return to his furrows. He'd seen worse. Last spring, they'd stolen a wheelbarrow and raced it downhill into the river. One kid emerged riding a goose. He didn't ask questions anymore. Eventually, a bell would ring from the village square at lunchtime. The children would rise, shaking off dirt and honor, and make their slow retreat. Thomas would walk with a limp he absolutely didn't have 10 minutes earlier. Marigold would carry a single weed in her basket, symbolic more than useful. And someone would still be clutching a turnip like a trophy. Back in the fields, overturned soil bore the marks of a morning well wasted. The weeds still stood tall, but so did the stories. As evening approached and work finally mercifully ended, the villagers would gather by the fire in the great hall. The flames danced against soot-darkened stone, and the room smelled of smoke, damp wool, and old onions. This was story time, the medieval version of appointment television. Tolan would start as he always did. "Did I ever tell you about the time I met the ghost in the barley field?" "Yes," the children would shout. "No," Tolan would reply, ignoring them completely. That was his brother. This was the older ghost, meaner, drunker, smelled like turnips. The story would spiral barely that whispered, a ghost with one boot, a chase that ended with Tolan locked in a grain bin overnight. "You just passed out in there," someone would mutter. Semantics? Maud would follow with her bear story. Or was it a large dog? The details changed, but the splintered fence and missing teeth remained constant. She'd tell it with the dramatic flair of someone narrating an epic, making even the nonsense feel noble. Then old Bram would speak up rarely, since he was missing 2 fingers and all patience. "This one's true," he'd announce, which meant it absolutely wasn't. He'd tell of a night with no horse, only a determined goat named Cyril. They never made it past the village gate, but Bram would spin it into a tale of destiny, betrayal, and goat-based prophecy. By the end, people would be wiping tears from laughter, others from confusion. Someone would mention seeing a duck walk into the tavern, quack 3 times, and leave. Was it a real duck? Define real. The stories would blur together as watercolors left in the rain. Truth, jest, memory, and invention all swirl into one warm, hazy collective experience. Because that was the point. Stories weren't for record keeping. They were for warmth, for distraction, for stretching a single evening into something that felt longer, fuller, less ordinary. Eventually yawns would come in waves. Boots would scrape the floor. One by one, villagers would stand, nod good nights, and slip back into the darkness. Only the fire would remain awake, low and glowing, whispering to the last embers about goats and ghosts and the strange things people believe when the stars are out and the stew's been shared. Tomorrow there would be fences to mend, cows to avoid, and pies to burn. But tonight there had been dragons and square eggs and laughter echoing in the smoke. And really, what more could you ask for? The strange things people actually did for fun. Let's talk about what happened when medieval people decided that normal entertainment wasn't quite enough when they took boredom, mixed it with creativity and just a touch of insanity, and created spectacles that would make modern entertainment executives weep with envy. You see, everything we just covered was the warm-up, the appetizer, if you will. Now we're diving into the main course of medieval madness, where the line between fun and questionable life choices got blurrier than a drunk monk's handwriting. Let me paint you a picture of a typical medieval fair. Not the sanitized Renaissance fair version with turkey legs and people saying, "Huzzah." I'm talking about the real deal. The chaotic, sweaty, slightly dangerous gatherings where anything could happen, and usually did. According to records from various English market towns, fairs weren't just about buying goods. They were about spectacle, and medieval people understood something fundamental about entertainment. If you're going to gather a crowd, you might as well make it memorable, or at least memorable enough that people stop talking about that time Gerald fell into the pig pen. Take the cheese-rolling competitions, for instance. Some genius, and I use that term loosely, decided that the most entertaining thing you could do with a perfectly good wheel of cheese was to roll it down a very steep hill and watch grown adults chase it at speeds that defied both safety and common sense. The rules were simple. A wheel of cheese, usually weighing about 8 pounds, would be released from the top of a hill. A moment later, a horde of competitors would launch themselves after it, tumbling, rolling, and occasionally achieving brief flight. The first person to catch the cheese, or more realistically, the first person to reach the bottom without breaking everything, won the cheese. Was anyone ever seriously injured? According to court records, yes, frequently. Broken bones were common. Sprains were guaranteed. And there's at least one account of a man who dislocated his shoulder, relocated it himself, and immediately entered the next round, because he really wanted that cheese. But here's what gets me about these competitions. They weren't just village affairs. People would travel from neighboring towns specifically to watch or participate. It was like medieval extreme sports, except instead of sponsorships and safety equipment, you got a wheel of dairy in the hope that God was watching over you. And it wasn't just cheese rolling. Oh no, medieval folks had an entire catalog of let's see what happens, entertainment that would give modern insurance companies heart attacks. There was shin kicking, which was exactly what it sounds like. Two grown men would face each other, grab each other's shoulders, and proceed to kick each other in the shins until one of them couldn't continue. Sometimes they'd stuff straw in their pants for protection. Sometimes they wouldn't. According to one account, matches could last over an hour, which means these men were either incredibly tough or incredibly stupid. Possibly both. Winners received prizes, usually money, sometimes livestock, occasionally just bragging rights, and the ability to walk with only a minor limp. Then there were the quarter-staff competitions. Now you might think hitting each other with large sticks would be straightforward, but no. Medieval people turned it into an art form. Matches had rules, techniques, and apparently quite a bit of strategy, though that strategy often boiled down to hit the other person before they hit you, which, let's be honest, is solid advice. According to contemporary accounts, really skilled quarterstaff fighters were local celebrities. They'd travel from fair to fair, challenging locals and usually winning until they met someone even better, at which point they'd get knocked flat, and everyone would have a good laugh about it, including the loser, hopefully, eventually. But wait, it gets weirder. Because while physical competitions were popular, medieval people also had an absolute obsession with animal-based entertainment that ranged from mildly amusing to why would you even think of that? Take the greased pig competition we mentioned earlier. Someone, somewhere in history, looked at a perfectly normal pig and thought, you know what would make this more entertaining? Covering it in lard and releasing it into a crowd of people. And somehow everyone else agreed this was a fantastic idea. The pig, understandably, did not agree. What followed was pure chaos. Grown adults slipping in mud, colliding with each other, occasionally catching the pig only to have it squirt out of their grasp like a furry, squealing bar of soap. Children would scream with delight. The elderly would place bets. And the pig would eventually be caught by someone who'd probably regret it immediately, because now they had an angry, greasy pig and no clear plan for what to do next. Congratulations, your prize is this pig that hates you. According to one market record from 14th century England, a greased pig competition went so wrong that the pig escaped entirely, ran through the merchant's stalls, knocked over 3 tables of pottery, and ended up in the church. The priest, displaying remarkable composure, blessed the pig and sent it on its way. The pig was never caught. Some say it's still running to this day. Then there were the goose-pulling competitions, which ... Okay, we're not going to dwell on those because they were genuinely unpleasant and involved a goose, a rope, and a level of medieval entertainment that we've collectively agreed was not cool. Let's just say medieval people sometimes took blood sport a bit too literally, and we're all relieved that particular tradition didn't make it to modern times. But not all animal entertainment was questionable. Some of it was just plain bizarre. Dancing bears were a thing, actual bears, trained to dance, while handlers played music. Now the bears weren't exactly happy about this arrangement, and occasionally they'd express their displeasure by taking a swipe at someone. But medieval audiences loved it anyway. There's something deeply weird about watching your ancestors pay money to see a bear reluctantly shuffling its feet while looking like it was plotting revenge. Monkey shows were popular too. Little monkeys dressed in tiny clothes, performing tricks, stealing things from the audience, and generally causing mayhem. According to one account, a performing monkey once stole a merchant's purse, climbed to the top of a church steeple, and threw coins at people below like a tiny furry Robin Hood. The crowd loved it. The merchant did not. And then there were the mystery plays, medieval theater that combined religion, comedy, and complete disregard for historical accuracy. These weren't quiet, reverent performances. They were loud, bawdy, and frequently went off script in the most entertaining ways possible. Picture this. It's a religious feast day, and the local guild is performing the story of Noah's Ark. Sounds respectful, right? Wrong. According to surviving scripts and accounts, these plays were hilarious. Noah's wife was usually portrayed as a nagging shrew who refused to board the ark, leading to slapstick arguments and sometimes actual physical comedy. The devil would appear in elaborate costumes with fireworks and acrobatics, and the audience would heckle, cheer, and occasionally throw things. One record describes a play where the actor playing Judas forgot his lines and improvised something that made no theological sense whatsoever and received a standing ovation anyway. Another mentions a devil character whose costume caught fire during a particularly enthusiastic entrance. The show continued. The devil just patted himself out and kept going. Medieval theater, where the show must go on, even if you're literally on fire. But perhaps the most democratic form of medieval entertainment was the village feast. And I'm not talking about quiet, dignified dinners. I'm talking about organized chaos with food. When a village decided to hold a feast, everyone contributed what they could. The result was a bizarre potluck where you might find roasted meat next to someone's experimental pie that was definitely just vegetables and hope. Ale flowed freely. The music played well. Someone attempted music. Dancing happened, though calling it dancing was generous. It was more like rhythmic stumbling with occasional twirling. And the games. Oh, the games. There was bobbing for apples, which sounds innocent until you realize medieval hygiene made this a bold choice. There were tug-of-war competitions that sometimes resulted in people landing in mud pits. There were egg and spoon races where the eggs were often already cracked, and the spoons were sometimes just flat pieces of wood. One account describes a feast where someone organized a pie-eating contest, but forgot to mention that one of the pies contained an entire fish, bones and all. The winner was declared based not on who ate fastest, but on who maintained the most dignity while discovering this surprise. Spoiler, nobody maintained dignity. Then there were the drinking contests. Now, medieval ale wasn't like modern beer. It was weaker, safer to drink than water, and consumed in absolutely staggering quantities. Drinking contests weren't about getting drunk. Everyone was already mildly buzzed all the time anyway. They were about capacity and endurance. According to various records, these contests had rules. Sort of. You couldn't refuse a round. You couldn't leave the table, and you had to remain at least semi-coherent. Winners received, well, mostly more ale, which seems counterproductive, but medieval logic wasn't always linear. One chronicle describes a drinking contest that lasted so long the participants forgot what they were competing for and just kept going out of stubbornness. Eventually, someone fell asleep face down on the table, and everyone agreed that meant they'd lost. The winners celebrated by immediately falling asleep as well. But here's what really made medieval entertainment special: the complete lack of health and safety regulations. There were no liability waivers, no insurance policies, and no risk assessments. If you wanted to chase a cheese down a hill, nobody stopped you. If you wanted to kick someone in the shins for a prize, that was between you and God. If you wanted to wrestle in mud while drunk, well, someone would probably draw a circle and declare it an official competition. This led to some truly spectacular failures. Court records are full of incidents where entertainment went wrong. A wrestling match that accidentally destroyed a fence. An archery competition where someone shot an arrow through someone's roof. A dancing bear that escaped and terrorized a marketplace for 3 hours before being lured back with honey and promises that were definitely lies. And yet, people kept doing these things because medieval entertainment wasn't about safety or sanity. It was about pushing boundaries, testing limits, and seeing what would happen if you gave bored people just enough freedom and not quite enough supervision. There's something almost admirable about that. In our modern world, everything is regulated, supervised, and focus grouped to death. But medieval folks just went for it. Someone suggested racing pigs, and instead of conducting feasibility studies, they just found some pigs and started racing. Was it dangerous? Yes. Was it often stupid? Absolutely. But was it entertaining? You bet your last turnip it was. Because at the end of the day, medieval entertainment had one goal: to make people forget, just for a moment, that life was hard, winters were long, and the plague was always lurking somewhere in the background. And if that meant covering a pig in grease, rolling cheese down hills, or watching your neighbor get kicked in the shins repeatedly, then so be it. They didn't have Netflix. They didn't have smartphones. They didn't have escape rooms or virtual reality. What they had was imagination, livestock, and the collective agreement that literally anything could be fun if you were willing to make it weird enough. And honestly, they might have been on to something. Now let's talk about what happened when darkness fell, and medieval entertainment took on a whole different character. Because if daytime was for public spectacles and organized chaos, nighttime was for ghost stories, bad decisions, and the kind of entertainment that made you question everyone's judgment, including your own, for listening. The evening would start innocently enough. As the sun dipped behind the hills and shadows stretched across the village square, people would begin gathering. Not in any organized fashion, just a gradual drift toward wherever the fire was warmest and the ale was flowing. The tavern, the great hall, someone's larger-than-average cottage that had somehow become the unofficial community center. Candles would be lit expensively, so not too many. The fire would be built up. Someone would produce a jug of something that claimed to be wine but tasted suspiciously like regret. And slowly, quietly, the atmosphere would shift from time to rest to let's see what trouble we can get into without technically leaving our seats. This is when the really good stories came out. Not the funny ones from earlier, those were warm-up material. No, nighttime was for the tailies that made people glance nervously at shadows and suddenly remember they needed to check if their door was properly latched. Every village had at least one person who specialized in ghost stories. Usually it was someone old, someone who'd lived through enough winters to earn credibility, someone whose voice could drop to a whisper that somehow carried across the entire room. In our village, that person was Old Bram. Yes, the same Bram who told the goat night story earlier. But at nighttime, Bram was different. Daytime Bram was all folksy charm and silly anecdotes. Nighttime Bram could make you afraid of your own shadow. He'd wait until the room was properly settled, until children were starting to doze and adults were relaxed enough to be caught off guard. Then he'd clear his throat just once, barely audible, and every head would turn. "Did I ever tell you," he'd begin, his voice barely above a whisper, "about the Lantern Mother?" Now everyone had heard about the Lantern Mother, but hearing it from Bram in the dark with the fire casting weird shadows and the wind picking up outside, that was different. The Lantern Mother, according to village legend, was a woman who'd lost her child in the woods during winter. She'd gone searching with only a small lantern, calling and calling through the snow. They found her 3 days later, frozen solid, the lantern somehow still burning in her rigid hand. Her child was never found. But here's where it got creepy. People claimed they still saw her light sometimes, floating through the trees on cold nights. A small, bobbing glow that seemed to be searching for something. And if you followed it, which you absolutely should not do, you'd get lost. Some people said they heard her calling, a woman's voice crying a name that was never quite clear. "My cousin's friend followed the light once," someone would whisper. "What happened? Found him 2 days later, won't talk about it." Just rocks back and forth and says, "She's still looking," over and over. Now, was any of this true? Probably not. Did it stop people from hurrying past the woods at night? Absolutely not. Because the thing about village ghost stories is that they didn't need to be true. They just needed to be believed enough to add spice to an otherwise boring Tuesday evening. and medieval people had dozens of these tales. The phantom rider who galloped down the old Roman road at midnight. If you heard hoofbeats and saw no horse, you'd die within the month. The weeping woman at the crossroads who'd ask you for directions. If you answered, you'd be cursed with bad luck. The black dog that appeared before disasters, sitting silent and massive at someone's gate like a very ominous doormat. But ghost stories weren't the only nighttime entertainment. Oh no, because once people were sufficiently spooked, someone would inevitably suggest party games, medieval party games, which were either surprisingly wholesome or deeply, deeply weird. There was no middle ground. Take hot cockles, for instance. Yes, that was the actual name. One person would kneel and cover their face, while others took turns hitting them on the backside. The kneeling person had to guess who'd hit them. If they guessed correctly, the hitter became the new person being hit. Why? Nobody knows. But according to records, this was wildly popular at medieval gatherings. Adults played it. Teenagers played it. Sometimes even clergy played it at festivals, though presumably with more restraint and theological justification. Then there was hoodman blind, which was essentially medieval blind man's bluff. Someone would be blindfolded with a hood, hence the name, and spun around while everyone else scattered. The blindfolded person would stumble around trying to catch someone. When they did, they'd have to guess who it was by feel, which led to a lot of groping, giggling, and occasionally someone walking straight into a wall. Froggy in the middle involved someone crouching in the center of a circle while everyone else tossed a ball over their head. If the froggy caught the ball, they switched places with whoever threw it. Simple, childish, and apparently hilarious enough that grown adults played it regularly. But perhaps the most revealing game was questions and commands. One person would ask another a question, and they had to answer truthfully or accept a command, a dare, essentially. This was medieval truth or dare, except the questions were absolutely ruthless, and the commands were often publicly embarrassing. Who here have you kissed? Do you owe money you haven't paid back? Did you really finish all your work today, or are you lying to the reeve? And the commands? Go knock on Father Aldrich's door and tell him you've had impure thoughts about turnips. Stand on one leg and sing the hymn we did last Sunday, all of it. Go outside and yell that you're the prettiest person in the village. According to one account, this game once led to someone confessing they'd been secretly watering down the ale they sold. The village was scandalized. The confession was made during a game where he'd chosen truth over having to dance with a broom. He chose wrong. But nighttime entertainment wasn't all games and ghost stories. Sometimes it was pure, unplanned chaos that just happened. Like the night everyone slept in the wrong beds. This legendary incident occurred on a foggy autumn evening when someone had the bright idea of adding extra herbs to the communal ale. Nobody's quite sure what herbs the person responsible claimed it was for flavor and completely harmless, but the result was that everyone got extremely confused and very, very sleepy. As people stumbled home in the fog, they started going into the wrong cottages. Nobody realized until morning when the baker woke up in the tanner's house, the tanner woke up in the miller's house, and the miller woke up outside using a pig as a pillow. The pig was not pleased. It took 3 hours to sort everyone out. The blacksmith had somehow ended up in the church. 2 elderly women had swapped homes and only realized it when they couldn't find their own chamber pots. And one young couple woke up to find 3 strangers sleeping on their floor. none of whom could explain how they got there. The person responsible for the herbal ale was never conclusively identified, but suspiciously, Brother Cuthbert whistled innocently whenever it was mentioned and claimed the trees had told him it would be character building for the village. Then there were the impromptu performances. Not planned, not rehearsed, just someone deciding that right now, at this moment, was the perfect time to demonstrate their hidden talents. Or more accurately, their complete lack of talent enthusiastically displayed. Someone would suddenly announce they could juggle. They couldn't, but they'd try anyway, using whatever was available. Apples, wooden cups, occasionally items that should definitely not be thrown in the air. Failure was guaranteed. Entertainment was delivered. Or someone would claim they could do acrobatics. I learned this from a traveling performer, they'd insist, right before attempting a somersault and colliding with a bench. Applause would follow not because it was good, but because the attempt was spectacular in its wrongness. One memorable evening, a man insisted he could walk on his hands. He demonstrated by immediately falling over, knocking into a table, and spilling ale on the reeve's best tunic. The reeve, already 3 drinks in, declared it the finest performance I've seen in years, and demanded an encore. The man wisely declined. But perhaps the most reliable form of nighttime entertainment was gossip. Serious, dedicated, weaponized gossip. You see, daytime gossip had rules. You had to be subtle. You couldn't say certain things too loudly. There were social consequences for being too vicious. But nighttime gossip, when everyone was tired and slightly drunk, and the rules were fuzzy, that's when the really good rumors came out. I heard the tanner's wife is sweet on the cooper. I heard they're more than sweet. I heard they're already planning to run away together. I heard the tanner knows and doesn't care. I heard the tanner is also sweet on the cooper. By the time rumors made it around the circle, they'd grown elaborate backstories, complicated motivations, and plot twists that would make a troubadour weep with envy. The actual truth, usually something boring like the tanner's wife bought a barrel which required speaking to the cooper, didn't matter. The story was better. And everyone knew the stories were probably exaggerated. But that wasn't the point. The point was the shared experience of speculating, embellishing, gasping at the right moments, and feeling connected to a narrative larger than your own small life. As the night wore on and the fire burned lower, entertainment would shift to quieter activities. Someone would produce a set of dice. Gambling was technically discouraged by the church, but that had never stopped anyone. Small bets would be placed. Mostly tokens or favors rather than actual money, because nobody had actual money. If I win, you owe me a day's help with my fence. If I win, you stop telling that story about the chicken and me. Cards existed but were expensive, so most people made do with dice or invented games using whatever was available. Pebbles, marked sticks, counting games where you tried to guess what number someone was thinking. Simple but effective when you were bored enough. And finally, as eyes grew heavy and yawns became contagious, someone would start singing. Not the bawdy tavern songs from earlier in the evening, but the slow, slappy folk songs everyone knew by heart. The kind that didn't require thinking, just joining in when you remembered the words and humming when you didn't. These weren't performances. They were communal lullabies, gentle ways of winding down the evening. Songs about seasons changing, about lovers parting and reuniting, about the simple rhythms of life that everyone understood. Nothing dramatic, nothing requiring talent, just voices blending in the firelight, creating something warm and temporary, and quietly beautiful. One by one, people would slip away into the night. Parents carrying sleeping children. Young couples find excuses to walk in the same direction home. Old friends nodding goodnight without needing to say much. They do it all again, tomorrow anyway. And there, in those quiet evening moments, you could see what medieval entertainment was really about. Not the spectacle or the competition or even the stories themselves. It was about being together, about filling the darkness with voices and laughter and connection, about making time pass in ways that felt meaningful, even when nothing particularly meaningful was happening. Because that's the secret medieval people understood that we sometimes forget. Entertainment doesn't have to be impressive. It just has to make you feel less alone. Tomorrow there would be work, responsibilities, and the same old struggles. But tonight there had been ghost stories and bad juggling, gossip and songs, dice games, and shared warmth. And that was enough. There were no phones, no Netflix, and definitely no escape rooms. Now let's talk about what really happened when medieval people had absolutely nothing to do. And I mean nothing. No books for most people, no games that didn't involve animals or potential injury, no screens to scroll through mindlessly. Just you, your thoughts, and the slowly darkening sky, reminding you that another day had passed where the most exciting thing that happened was watching bread rise. You see, boredom in medieval times wasn't like modern boredom. We get bored and reach for our phones. They got bored and had to invent entertainment from literally nothing. And let me tell you, the things they came up with ranged from surprisingly clever to why would anyone think that's a good idea? Let me introduce you to the village reeve's morning routine. Not because it was exciting, it absolutely wasn't, but because it perfectly captures the art of looking busy while accomplishing nothing, which was a medieval skill that's honestly underappreciated. His name was Edric, and every morning, just after sunrise, he'd begin his rounds. He wore the same brown cloak every day, which managed to look both stiff and sagging simultaneously, like it had opinions but lacked the courage to share them. A small wooden badge hung around his neck to prove his position, though most villagers assumed it was a token from a failed romance. Edric walked with the ceremonial authority of someone who'd been given a job nobody else wanted, but everyone was happy to let him keep it. His rounds consisted of checking things without actually doing anything about them. First stop, the east fence where the slats had been half missing since Candlemas. He'd squint at the damage, rub his chin thoughtfully, and move on without comment. That was the ritual. Check the fences. Don't fix the fences. Pretend you're making a list about the fences. "Morning, Reeve," a voice would call from the cow pen. Edric would nod with gravity. "Fair morning to you, Hilda. The fence is down again." "Yes," she'd say. "I've noticed." He would not stop. If he stopped, someone might ask him to do something. So he'd walk past the broken fence, past the one held together with a belt, past the one that had been replaced entirely with bundles of dried reeds and wishful thinking. Next stop, the grain store. He'd check the lock, which wasn't locked. He'd check the hinges, which were mostly rust and prayer. He'd tap the wood twice, his version of an inspection, and move on. Inside, a mouse would stare at him with the confident gaze of someone who paid no taxes. By mid-morning, he'd reached the manor's outer wall. It was solid, imposing, and entirely outside his jurisdiction. He'd stare at it anyway, just to feel included. At the well, he'd pause to inspect the bucket rope for fraying. It had frayed last spring, and frayed further every week since. But so long as the water still came up and no one drowned, it remained a future problem. Edric would tug at once. The bucket would creak. Satisfied, he'd move on. His notebook was mostly blank. He sometimes pretended to write things down, but the quill was dry, and he'd forgotten the ink 3 years ago. Still, people respected the performance. That was the key. The villagers didn't want a reeve who solved problems. They wanted one who noticed them, made a serious face, and then moved along like a man burdened with invisible calculations. This is what passed for a job, and Edric took it seriously, because taking meaningless tasks seriously was how medieval people avoided existential crises. But Edric wasn't the only one perfecting the art of structured procrastination. Let me tell you about the cobbler. The cobbler's shop sat crooked near the edge of the square, a squat little place with one shutter permanently askew and a front step that creaked in protest whenever anyone walked on it. Inside, the air smelled of leather, dust, and secrets. The cobbler, whose name was Oswin, but whom everyone called the Sleepy One, had discovered something revolutionary. If you crawled under your workbench and took a nap, people assumed you were checking the structural integrity of the flooring or contemplating sole angles. Under the bench, surrounded by half-finished boots and mismatched shoes, Oswin would curl up like a contented cat. His chest would rise and fall in the slow, deliberate rhythm that suggested a man very much not awake and very much not bothered about it. In his dreams, he was always eating mutton pies, thick, hot ones, with flaky crusts and gravy that defied logic. Sometimes there were potatoes, sometimes a flagon that refilled itself. No one ever interrupted him in these dreams. No one asked for new heels or to tighten the instep, or if he could fix the buckle before Sunday. Above him, life carried on. A customer would step into the shop, look around, and call out, "Master Cobbler?" No answer. They'd lean over the counter and spot a boot twitching under the bench. A faint snore would confirm their suspicion. Most people would just tiptoe out, deciding the shoe could wait another day. Nobody wanted to be the one who woke the cobbler. Not because he was angry. He wasn't. It was just slow to return. His eyes took a while to focus. His words came out like soup that hadn't quite boiled yet. Once he mistook a broom for a customer and tried to sell it a pair of sandals. His apprentice, a lanky boy named Joss, would eventually poke his head in, spot the sleeping cobbler, and sigh like a man twice his age. He'd walk behind the bench, crouch down, and gently slide a rolled-up piece of felt under Oswin's neck. The old man would shift slightly, murmur something about gravy, and settle deeper into sleep. Joss didn't mind. He liked the quiet. He liked the way the shop felt like a secret between them. He even liked that his master sometimes dreamed instead of working. It made the shoes he did finish feel a little more magical, like they'd come from a place not quite in this world. And you know what? The shoes were excellent. Maybe because Oswin spent half his time napping and dreaming. Maybe rest made him better at his craft. Or maybe he was just talented and also tired, and medieval life didn't require you to choose between the two. This was the thing about boredom in medieval times. People filled it however they could. If that meant napping under workbenches or walking in circles inspecting nothing, so be it. At least time passed. But not everyone dealt with boredom through avoidance. Some people leaned into it. They made boredom their entire personality. Take the old woman at the well. We've met them before, but let's really appreciate what they'd created. a full-time occupation based entirely on observing other people's lives and having opinions about them. Every morning, like clockwork, they'd gather. Bertha, Martha, Agnes, and occasionally Elsbeth, when her joints permitted. They'd plant themselves on benches near the well with shawls, strong opinions and sharper tongues than most swords in the village. They weren't there to draw water. That was just the excuse. They were there to know things, to see who left their house early, suspicious, who wore new clothing, where'd they get the money, who smiled too much, what are they hiding, who limped slightly, probably cursed. Did you see the baker's wife? Bertha would ask, tearing off a corner of her oat cake with more force than necessary. Wearing yellow at her age, bold or desperate. Martha would sniff. I heard, Agnes would lean in, that she's sweet on the cooper, always asking for barrels she doesn't need. The well would creak in agreement, or maybe it just shifted. Either way, the mood would thicken. These women had turned gossip into a full-time occupation. They had sources' daughters who worked as servants, sons who delivered goods, husbands who'd accidentally seen things. They had methods of strategic positioning, excellent hearing, and the ability to extract information through seemingly innocent questions. How's your husband's back? Better, thank you. Good. So he's been able to work? Oh yes, every day this week. Even Thursday? Well, no, Thursday he waits. Why are you asking about Thursday? No reason. Just heard he was seen near the miller's at midday is all. And just like that, a perfectly innocent explanation. He was delivering something. Would transform into a scandalous rumor. He's having an affair with the miller's daughter. By the time it circulated through the village. Was this mean? Sometimes. Was it entertaining? Absolutely. Was it harmful? Occasionally, yes. But it was also how information spread. These women were medieval social media. No algorithm needed, just excellent memory and zero filter. And honestly, in a world without newspapers, television, or the internet, gossip served an important function. It kept people connected. It established social norms. If you did something scandalous, everyone would know and judge you. It filled the long, boring hours between dawn and dusk, when nothing else was happening. Plus, it gave elderly women who'd spent their lives working and raising children something to do in their later years. Society didn't have retirement homes or pension plans, but it had well benches and oat cakes and the unspoken understanding that if you survived to old age, you'd earned the right to sit and judge people. But while some people dealt with boredom through observation, others dealt with it through creation. Not always a successful creation, mind you. Sometimes a spectacularly unsuccessful creation. Let me tell you about Lionel the scribe. Lionel worked in the manor house, copying legal documents in a room far too noble for his level of talent. His job was to produce perfect, readable copies of charters, land agreements, and other important documents. His actual output was a series of ink-stained disasters that somehow still counted as legally binding. The problem wasn't that Lionel lacked dedication. He was very dedicated. The problem was that he was allergic to something in the parchment or ink or possibly the overwhelming scent of obligation, and it made him sneeze violently at the worst possible moments. He'd dip his quill, position it carefully, and begin writing ad universis presentibus. ACHOO. The sneeze would erupt mid-sentence, splattering a constellation of ink across the parchment. His nose would bear the mark of a man who'd fought and lost a duel with a squid. Oh, for heavens, he'd mutter. blotting the page so aggressively the ink would spread like gossip. The steward would poke his head in. Progress? Lionel would smile like a man on the edge. By all appearances, good, that charter must be perfect. His lordship is having it read aloud at supper tonight. Lionel would blink, read aloud, to people, to the bishop, the magistrate, and 3 nobles who understood less Latin than he did. The steward would disappear before Lionel could object. But here's the thing, nobody would actually understand it. Not the bishop, who mostly nodded at things and blessed whatever was closest. Not the magistrate, who once mistook a recipe for a legal summons. And certainly not Lord Redgrave himself, who'd insisted the document include a clause about goose ownership rights. Just in case. So Lionel would sigh and begin again. Somewhere in the hallway, a maid would drop a tray. The crash would startle him into flicking his quill like a wand, launching a stripe of ink across the floor and onto a cat that had been napping far too peacefully under his stool. The cat would wake up with a howl, launch itself onto the desk, and streak across the page, leaving paw prints like small declarations of war. Lionel would freeze. The cat would freeze. Both would consider the consequences. "I didn't see anything," Lionel would whisper to it. The cat would blink, unimpressed, and leave the room with the air of someone who just ended a relationship. Midway through the paragraph about grain levies, Lionel would begin to wonder if anyone in the manor actually read anything. The steward only glanced at the margins. The lord looked for his name and any mention of ducks. The bishop pretended to squint, as if he'd left his glasses in heaven. Maybe Lionel would think this wasn't about understanding. Maybe it was about performance. Authority and long sentences. Power and curled letters. Unnecessarily large wax seals. He'd pause, consider writing something nonsensical just to see if anyone noticed. Quibustam terminus umbritus porcus regit silentium, which meant, very roughly, in certain shaded circumstances, the pig rules the silence. He'd stare at it, smile, then reluctantly cross it out. Mostly, this was how medieval people with education filled their time creating documents nobody understood, incorporating secret jokes, and hoping that centuries later, historians would find the paw print on a 14th century land charter and wonder what story it told. Because that's the thing about boredom, when you can't scroll through your phone or watch TV, your brain starts doing weird things. You start having conversations with cats. You start taking 3-hour naps under workbenches and calling it work. You start turning observation into sport and gossip into currency. Medieval people didn't have hobbies in the modern sense. They had survival tasks that they occasionally made interesting, and they had vast amounts of empty time that they filled with whatever their imagination could produce. Sometimes that was impressively beautiful illuminated manuscripts, intricate wood carvings, and songs that survived centuries. Sometimes it was just weird, like the time someone decided to see how many eggs they could balance on a chicken's back, 3, apparently, before the chicken objected violently, or the ongoing village debate about whether bread was better when you sang to the dough. Some people swore it made a difference. Others thought those people were insane. Both groups felt very strongly about their positions, and the argument had been going on for at least 2 generations with no resolution in sight. This is what happens when you have infinite time and finite entertainment options. Everything becomes worth debating. Every small task becomes an opportunity for experimentation. Every boring afternoon becomes a chance to see what happens if you just try something. Like the time someone decided to train a chicken to follow commands. It didn't work. Chickens don't take orders, but the attempt entertained the village for weeks. People would gather to watch this person clapping their hands and saying, "Come here, princess," to a chicken that was clearly plotting their demise. The chicken, named Princess, despite having no royal lineage, would stare at them with the cold eyes of a tiny dinosaur and occasionally peck at their shoes. This was considered successful training. Princess had learned to express contempt on command. Or take the miller's son, who spent an entire summer trying to teach his dog to howl on key. Not just howl in tune with whatever song was being sung. The dog learned to howl, certainly. On key? Debatable. But the miller's son was convinced he'd created the world's first canine musician, and nobody had the heart to tell him that what he'd actually created was a noise complaint. But boredom didn't just inspire weird experiments. It also led to some genuinely touching moments of connection, the kind that only happen when people have nothing but time and each other. Let me tell you about evening vespers, and specifically about Father Aldrich's chronic inability to remember his own sermons. Father Aldrich was a kind man, a devoted priest, and absolutely terrible at his job in the most endearing way possible. Every evening he was supposed to lead vespers, evening prayers which involved specific readings, specific psalms, and ideally, some coherent spiritual guidance. What actually happened was much more interesting. One evening, Father Aldrich stood in the chapel, surrounded by villagers who smelled of work and hope, and realized with growing horror that he'd completely forgotten what he was supposed to talk about. The reading from Luke he'd been muttering all morning while feeding the geese? Gone, vanished, like smoke through a sieve. He glanced around the sacristy, which looked less like a holy preparation room, and more like a cupboard that had given up searching desperately for his notes. They weren't there. What was there? Upside-down chalices, leaning candles, and a crust of bread that had somehow become a theological hazard. "All right," he muttered to himself. "Where did I have it this morning?" Then he looked down. No shoes. His feet, pale and slightly alarmed by the stone floor, stared back at him as if to say, "Good sir, why are we naked in God's house?" Oh, not again. Outside, the village was gathering. The baker's wife is chatting with the apothecary. Children throwing pebbles at the chapel door in what they claimed was a game and not low-grade heresy. Old man Trigg is asleep against a barrel. Father Aldrich grabbed the nearest Bible, flipped through it like he was looking for a recipe, and landed on something vaguely familiar. Loaves and fishes. He'd make it about abundance, about trusting the process, about how even when things seem lost, something greater finds its way. Perfect, he thought. Symbolic, relevant, vaguely edible. He stepped out into the chapel. The villagers turned, faces sleepy and expectant. He smiled the way a man smiles when he's just remembered his fly is down, and there's nothing to be done about it now. "Good evening," he said, voice echoing slightly more than intended. "Tonight's reading is about trust." He held up the Bible like a shield. Nobody could see the page. He wasn't even sure it was right side up. "There are times," he began, "when we are sure we've prepared. We've done all we're meant to do. And yet we find ourselves standing barefoot in the house of God." A pause, a breath, a knowing glance down at his mismatched emergency shoes. Someone chuckled. Then another. The tension broke like bread. We forget things. Small things. Where we left the bread, where we left our temper. We left a scroll with our entire sermon for the evening. More laughter, warmer now. But God, Father Aldrich continued, finding his rhythm. God remembers, even when we don't. By the end, nobody knew he hadn't planned a word of it. They left lighter, if not holier. And Father Aldrich sat down heavily in the sacristy, kicked off the uneven shoes, and exhaled into his hands. He had no idea where he'd left the original sermon, but as he leaned back and closed his eyes, he didn't particularly mind forgetting. This was medieval entertainment at its finest, not planned, not polished, just genuine human moments happening, because there was literally nothing else to do except be present with each other. And speaking of being present, let's talk about the one form of entertainment that required absolutely no preparation, no props, and no talent: staring at things. Medieval people were excellent at staring at things. A bird flying past, worth watching for 5 minutes. A cloud shaped vaguely like a cow, fascinating. Someone's cart is getting stuck in the mud, premium entertainment. There's an account. I'm not making this up, of a group of villagers who spent an entire afternoon watching a snail cross a path. They took bets on how long it would take. They debated whether it was actually moving or if they were just dizzy from the ale. Someone named the snail Gerald. Everything got named Gerald, apparently. The snail made it across. It took 2 hours. Everyone cheered. This was considered time well spent. Or consider the popularity of watching other people work. This was a legitimate pastime. If the blacksmith was shoeing a horse, people would gather to watch. Not because they were learning, most of them had seen horses shoed 100 times, but because it was something happening, and something happening was better than nothing happening. The blacksmith would hammer. The audience would nod appreciatively. Someone would comment, "Good hammer technique." Someone else would disagree. "He's holding it wrong." A debate would ensue about proper hammer holding that would last longer than the actual shoeing. This is what passed for entertainment. And honestly, there's something beautiful about people being so starved for stimulation that they could find genuine enjoyment in watching a snail move or a blacksmith work. It meant they were present. They weren't scrolling through their phones, half watching a dozen things at once. They were fully committed to watching this one snail, this one blacksmith, this one moment, because that's all there was. But not all time-filling activities were so passive. Sometimes boredom led to actual creativity, the kind that produced things that survived centuries. Take folk songs, for instance. Most medieval entertainment happened orally, in songs and stories passed from person to person, and these weren't just professional minstrels performing. These were regular people making up songs about their lives, because what else were they going to do during the long winter evenings? Songs about chickens, songs about terrible weather, songs about that time Gerald fell in the pig pen. Gerald again. These weren't great art. They were verbal doodling, the medieval equivalent of shower thoughts. But they were theirs, and they brought comfort. There's a surviving fragment of a work song, something people sang while threshing wheat. That's basically just, "Hit the wheat, hit the wheat." Gerald hit his thumb. "Hit the wheat." It rhymed in Middle English, apparently, and people sang it for generations. Or consider the elaborate games medieval children invented with nothing but sticks and imagination. We've covered the vegetable wars, but there were also King of the Hill, except the hill was a manure pile, and becoming king meant you smelled terrible for the rest of the day. Hood Man Blind, mentioned earlier, which often ended with someone walking into a well. Hot cockles. which we've discussed and which remains baffling, and my personal favorite. Who can stand still the longest, which was literally just standing there, not moving until someone gave up. That last one was apparently very popular because it required zero energy and could be done while adults were trying to work. Kids would just stand there, staring at each other, not moving, for hours sometimes. Parents would walk by. What are you doing? Standing still. Why? We're seeing who can do it longest. That's not a game. You're just saying that because you'd lose. And the parent would move on, too tired to argue, secretly impressed their children had found a game that didn't result in property damage. But perhaps the most touching form of medieval entertainment was the kind that happened at the very end of the day, when work was done and darkness had fallen completely. This is when someone might take a lantern, expensive, special, saved for rare occasions, and do a final check on the animals. Not because the animals needed checking necessarily, but because it was a ritual, a way to transition from day to night, a moment of quiet responsibility before sleep. Let me tell you about Tomlin's nightly visit to the barn. Every night Tomlin would pull on his damp boots. One had straw lodged inside. He'd stopped caring, lift his dim lantern, and walk through the darkness to check on the animals. It wasn't required. Nobody made him do it, but it was his thing, his way of saying good night to the day. He'd push open the creaking barn door and step into the warm, hay-scented darkness. The chickens would barely acknowledge him. They were busy dreaming of worms and dominance. The goats, Mumble and Crick, would be tangled together in a heap that defied physics. But the main event was always Gertrude, the massive ancient cow who had opinions about everything and wasn't shy about expressing them through kicks, bellows, or pointed stares. Tonight, though, Gertrude was quiet. She lay curled in the straw like a great hairy boulder, breathing slow and steady, her eyes half-lidded, tracking Tomlin's approach with weary tolerance. "You all right, girl?" he'd ask softly. She'd blink once, then close her eyes. "That's what I thought." He'd kneel beside her bones, creaking louder than the barn door, and gently scratch the patch behind her ear, the spot she liked, the one that made her twitch her nose and groan like a spoiled baroness. She didn't twitch tonight, just a long exhale, warm and damp, and the faintest shuffle of hooves against straw. Tomlin would stay there for a while, not doing anything, not thinking about anything either, just breathing with her, listening to the creaks of the barn, feeling the weight of the day loosen its grip. In the loft above, a mouse would rustle, probably the same one stealing from the grain sack all week. Tomlin didn't care tonight. Let it have its crumbs. "Good night, Gertrude," he'd whisper. She wouldn't reply. Outside, the stars would still be watching, thousands of them scattered across the sky like forgotten seeds. He'd pause and look up, not to pray, not to think, just to glance, just enough to feel small in the right way. Back inside his cottage, his wife would reach out without waking, placing a hand on his chest like she was counting the beats. And Tomlin would drift off, boots finally removed, body finally still. This was the real medieval entertainment. Not the games or competitions or festivals, but these small moments, checking on a cow, feeling connected to something beyond yourself, finding peace in routine. Because when you stripped away all the noise of modern life, all the constant stimulation and distraction, what you were left with was simple. People, animals, stars, and the quiet satisfaction of making it through another day. Medieval people didn't have Netflix. They didn't have phones. They didn't have escape rooms or theme parks or any of the things we use to avoid boredom. What they had was each other and time. Infinite, slow-moving time that they filled with snail-watching, gossip, bad sermons, sleeping cobblers, and evening visits to cows who'd seen everything and judged most of it. And maybe, just maybe, they were better at being bored than we are, because they'd learned to find entertainment in nothing, to create meaning from routine, to turn the mundane into the memorable through sheer force of attention. They didn't need algorithms to tell them what to watch. They just watched whatever was happening, a snail, a blacksmith, a falling apprentice, and found it fascinating because it was real, immediate, and shared. So yes, they had no phones, no Netflix, no escape rooms. But they had something else. The ability to be fully present in a moment, even if that moment was objectively boring. And honestly, that might be the most entertaining thing about them. Raced pigs, wrestled for cheese, and believed farting contests were a valid form of entertainment. Let's be honest about something. When medieval people decided to have fun, they didn't do subtle. They didn't do sophisticated. They went straight for the most ridiculous, chaotic, borderline dangerous entertainment they could devise, and then they made it a tradition that lasted for centuries. We've discussed a variety of unusual medieval entertainments already, but now we need to address the elephant in the room, or rather the pig in the square, because yes, pig racing was absolutely a thing, and it was taken far more seriously than it had any right to be. Picture this, it's market day. The square is packed with people buying bread, trading goods, and arguing about whose turnips are superior. And then someone, always someone with questionable judgment and too much free time, shouts, "Pig race!" Everything stops. Bread is abandoned. Arguments are paused. Children appear from nowhere like they have a sixth sense for chaos. Because pig racing isn't just entertainment, it's an event. The rules were simple, which is good because most participants couldn't read anyway. Someone would select 3 to 5 pigs of roughly equal size, though equal was generous, since pigs have their own ideas about cooperation. These pigs would be placed at one end of the square. At the other end, a bucket of slop would be positioned, its aroma wafting enticingly through the air. The pigs would be released. The first pig to reach the bucket won. Their owner would receive a prize, usually a small amount of money, sometimes a ribbon, occasionally just bragging rights and the knowledge that their pig was faster than Gerald's pig. Yes, Gerald again. Gerald was apparently everywhere, and his pig was notoriously slow. But here's what made pig racing truly special. The pigs didn't care about any of this. They had no concept of competition, no understanding of winning, and absolutely zero interest in running in straight lines. What you got instead was pure unscripted chaos. One pig would immediately run toward the bucket as intended. Another would see a discarded apple and veer off course entirely. A third would stop midway to investigate its own foot, fascinated by the recent discovery of having feet. The fourth would panic at the crowd noise and run directly into a merchant's stall, knocking over pottery and creating a secondary disaster that was somehow more entertaining than the actual race. According to one market record from 1340s England, a pig race went so spectacularly wrong that the winning pig, I'm not making this up, ran straight through the bucket of slop, continued into a tavern, climbed onto a table where men were playing dice, ate someone's lunch, and fell asleep in a very expensive hat. The hat's owner was not pleased. The pig's owner won the race but lost the subsequent lawsuit. The pig, unaware of any consequences, enjoyed the best nap of its life. But pig racing was just the beginning, because medieval people looked at perfectly normal activities like eating cheese and thought, you know what would make this better? Violence. Enter cheese wrestling. Now, before you picture people grappling while holding cheese wheels, let me clarify. The cheese wasn't a participant in the wrestling. It was the prize. Someone would donate a wheel of cheese, usually aged cheddar, sometimes something more exotic if the village was feeling fancy, and announce that whoever won the wrestling match would claim it. This sounds straightforward until you remember that medieval wrestling had basically no rules. It was less organized sport and more supervised fight that we promise won't end in death. Matches would take place in a marked circle, usually just drawn in the dirt with a stick, and the goal was to force your opponent out of the circle or pin them to the ground. Sounds simple, right? Except medieval wrestlers employed techniques that would make modern MMA fighters uncomfortable. Tripping was allowed, so was throwing. Grabbing clothes was permitted, which led to a lot of torn tunics and accidental nudity. And because nobody wore shoes, couldn't afford to damage them, fighters would often slip in the mud, creating a spectacle that was more slapstick comedy than athletic competition. According to court records from various English villages, cheese wrestling matches resulted in 17 documented cases of dislocated shoulders, countless sprained ankles, at least 3 broken noses, one incident where both wrestlers fell into the cheese, which was then deemed unfit for consumption and fed to pigs, and one legendary match that lasted so long both men eventually agreed to split the cheese because they were too exhausted to continue the cheese in question, already divided between spectators who'd gotten hungry waiting. But the absolute peak of medieval competitive absurdity was the activity that truly separated them from civilized society: competitive flatulence. Yes, farting contests. Real, documented, taken seriously by actual people farting contests. Let me be clear, this wasn't kids being gross. This was organized, adult participating, sometimes with judges' entertainment. Medieval people believed that bodily functions weren't just natural. They were hilarious and potentially impressive if done with sufficient volume or creativity. According to various chronicle accounts and festival records, flatulence competitions followed specific rules. Volume. The loudness of the emission was measured by crowd reaction. If people 3 houses away could hear it, you scored high. Duration. How long could you sustain the sound? Brief pops were amateur hour. A sustained rumble earned respect. Musicality. Could you change pitch? Create a melody? One legendary competitor allegedly performed a recognizable hymn, though this might be an exaggeration. Medieval chroniclers weren't always reliable, especially when describing something this ridiculous. Theatricality. Presentation mattered. A straight-faced competitor who maintained eye contact throughout earned bonus points. Someone who acted shocked by their own production got laughs, but lower scores. Winners received prizes ranging from ale to small amounts of money to simple glory. The glory was probably worth more than imagining being known throughout your village as the flatulence champion of 1347. That's a legacy. One account from a French festival describes a competition where A man of considerable girth did produce such a thunderous report that it did frighten a horse and was declared champion of the day by unanimous consent. The horse, presumably, had no vote. But it wasn't just flatulence. Medieval people had an entire category of bodily function-based entertainment that would horrify modern sensibilities. Belching contests followed similar rules. Volume, duration, occasionally smell, though that was harder to judge fairly. Some festivals had combined competitions. Who can belch and fart loudest? These were popular with children and deeply unpopular with the clergy, who denounced them regularly and ineffectively. The Church's position on these contests was clear. They were vulgar, inappropriate, and absolutely not how Christians should behave. The people's position was equally clear, but it's funny. And so the contests continued generation after generation because medieval people understood something fundamental. When life is hard, brutal, and short, you take your laughs where you can find them, especially if those laughs come from someone's exceptional digestive acoustics. But competitive bodily functions weren't the only way medieval people turned the mundane into spectacle. Let me tell you about the fine art of medieval food challenges, which made modern eating contests look restrained. Take the pie-eating competition we mentioned before, but let's dig deeper into what made these events so special. Because medieval pies weren't like modern pies. They were vessels of mystery, chaos, and occasionally livestock. You see, medieval bakers had a sense of humor. When making pies for competitions, they'd sometimes include surprises, ingredients not listed, not expected, and definitely not pleasant. The idea was that eating speed mattered, yes, but so did your ability to maintain composure when you discovered what you were actually consuming. One festival record describes a pie that contained, in addition to the advertised meat filling, an entire fish, bones included, several bay leaves, not for flavor. They just didn't bother removing them. What was described as mystery organ, probably kidney, hopefully kidney, and a whole onion, uncut, just sitting there like an edible landmine. The winner wasn't the person who ate the fastest. It was the person who discovered the whole onion, bit into it, continued chewing without expression, swallowed, and kept going. That takes dedication, or possibly a complete absence of taste buds from years of medieval cuisine. Another eating challenge involved trenchers, thick slices of stale bread that served as plates. After eating your meal, you were supposed to eat the trencher too, because wasting food was sinful. Competitions arose. Who could eat the most trenchers? These weren't fresh bread. They'd been soaking up meat juices, sauce, and occasionally ale for hours. They had the consistency of a sponge and the appeal of wet cardboard. Champions could eat 5, 6, or 7 trenchers in one sitting. Their prize? Usually more food, which seems counterproductive, but medieval logic wasn't always linear. One winner reportedly ate 9 trenchers, received a meat pie as his prize, ate half of it immediately, then fell asleep face down on the table and didn't wake until the next morning. This was considered admirable. But food competitions weren't the only way medieval people tested human limits through consumption. There were also the drinking games, which ranged from mildly irresponsible to how is everyone still alive? Medieval ale wasn't like modern beer. It was weaker, safer than water, which was often contaminated and consumed in truly staggering quantities. The average person drank several pints per day, starting at breakfast. So drinking contests weren't about getting drunk. Everyone was already maintaining a baseline buzz, and they were about capacity and endurance. The rules varied by region, but generally, you couldn't refuse a round, you couldn't leave the table. You had to remain semi-coherent. First person to fall asleep, vomit, or admit defeat was the loser. Simple enough, right? Except that these contests could last for hours. According to one chronicle, a drinking competition at a harvest festival lasted from midday until sunset, with 7 participants. By the end, 3 had fallen asleep in various positions. 2 had wandered off, claiming they needed to check on the chickens. There were no chickens to check. 1 had forgotten his own name, but was still technically conscious. The winner celebrated by immediately falling asleep as well. But at least he'd been declared victor first. The prize? More ale. Which seems cruel, but again, medieval entertainment often punished success with more of whatever you just endured. These drinking contests were so popular and so destructive that some churches specifically banned them from church grounds. This didn't stop them. It just moved them to taverns and private homes, where clergy supervision was minimal and regret was guaranteed. But perhaps the most revealing aspect of medieval competitive entertainment was how it treated the line between spectator and participant. Modern events have clear divisions. You either compete or you watch. Medieval competitions, everyone was potentially involved. Take the greased pig chase we mentioned before, but let's really appreciate the chaos. The pig would be released. It would run. People would chase it. But then someone would slip in the mud and take out 2 other people. The pig would change direction. More people would fall. Someone's child would get involved. A dog would start chasing the pig, creating a sub-chase within the main chase. And meanwhile, spectators who'd been safely watching would suddenly find themselves in the path of an angry, greasy pig and become participants whether they wanted to or not. One account describes a greased pig chase where the pig escaped the square entirely, ran through the village, entered someone's house through an open door, climbed onto a bed where an elderly man was napping, and refused to leave. The old man woke up to find a greasy pig staring at him from inches away. His scream brought half the village running. The pig was eventually caught. The old man needed several minutes to remember his own name. The event was declared a huge success, and they did it again the following year. Now let's talk about the entertainment that happened when medieval people combined all their worst ideas into a single event, the medieval fair. Not a Renaissance fair where everyone's well-behaved and historically inaccurate. A real medieval fair where anything could happen, and usually did. Fairs were supposed to be about trade, buying goods, selling wares, and conducting business. And technically, that did happen. But it was background noise to the real attraction. Complete and utter pandemonium. Medieval fairs had everything. Food stalls selling mystery meat on sticks, traveling performers doing acrobatics of questionable safety, merchants hawking miracle cures that were definitely just colored water, and enough ale to ensure everyone made decisions they'd regret by morning. But the main events were the competitions. Oh, the competitions. Fairs hosted every ridiculous contest we've discussed, plus several new ones that only worked when you gathered enough drunk people in one place. Take the sack race, the 3-legged race's simpler, more dangerous cousin. Competitors would climb into large sacks, usually grain sacks, hopefully emptied first, and hop from one end of a field to the other. The first person to the finish line won. Sounds innocent, right? Except medieval people took it to extremes. The sacks were often too small, forcing competitors to bunch up inside like angry caterpillars. The field was rarely flat. Usually, it was the same muddy, uneven ground where everything else happened. And because this was medieval times, someone always had the bright idea to add obstacles. Let's put barrels in the way. Let's make them go uphill. Let's release chickens onto the course. That last one actually happened. Multiple chickens were released during a sack race at a 1380s fair in Yorkshire, creating chaos as competitors tried to hop while avoiding poultry. Several people fell. One person caught a chicken while still in his sack. This was considered the real victory, even though he didn't win the race. Then there were the strength competitions, which were exactly as homoerotic as you're imagining. Men would gather to prove their physical prowess through various tests. Stone lifting. Who could lift the heaviest stone over their head? Sounds straightforward until you realize medieval people would keep adding weight until someone's arms gave out, or they dropped the stone on their own foot. Several competitions ended with injuries. All of them ended with bragging. Log throwing. Take a large log. Throw it as far as possible. Simple. Effective. Occasionally fatal to spectators who don't move fast enough. One record describes a log-throwing incident where the log landed in a food stall, destroyed a table of pies, and started a small riot between the thrower, who claimed it wasn't his fault, and the pie seller, who disagreed strongly. Tug of war. 2 teams, 1 rope, pure determination. Medieval tug of war often took place over mud pits, streams, or occasionally manure piles. The losing team didn't just lose, they lost and fell into something unpleasant. This was considered essential to the sport. One legendary tug-of-war match at a Lincolnshire fair lasted over an hour because neither team would give up. Eventually, the rope broke. Both teams fell backward into their respective mud pits. Everyone watching declared it a draw, and both teams were awarded shared victory because they provided equal entertainment through their stubbornness and subsequent filth. But strength contests weren't the only way medieval people tested their physical limits. There were also the agility competitions, which proved that medieval people valued entertainment over safety in ways that would give modern insurance companies panic attacks. Climbing greased poles. Exactly what it sounds like. A tall pole would be coated in lard or animal fat. At the top, a prize, usually a ham or a small bag of coins. Your job, climb it. The challenge, it's incredibly slippery. You have no equipment, and gravity exists. Watching people attempt this was peak medieval entertainment. They'd get 3 feet up and slide back down. Try again, make it to 5 feet, and slide down faster. One person would nearly reach the top, only to lose their grip and slide down so fast they'd spin like they were on a fire pole. The record for most attempts before success? 47 tries by a man described as uncommonly determined and somewhat light in the head. He finally reached the top, grabbed the ham, and immediately realized he had no way to climb down while holding it. He threw the ham to the ground. It landed in mud, then slid down himself, also landing in mud. Victory was his, but dignity was not. Quentin jousting. This is where medieval people said, you know what jousting needs? To be more available to peasants. So they created the quinton, a wooden post with a rotating arm. On one end of the arm, a shield or target. On the other end, a sandbag or club. Your job, ride past on a horse, or if you couldn't afford a horse, run, hit the target with a stick, and avoid being smacked by the sandbag as the arm rotated. Simple physics, difficult execution. Hilarious failures. The sandbag didn't hit softly. It hit with the force of revenge, often knocking people clean off their horses or stopping runners mid-stride. One account describes someone being hit so hard that they completed a full rotation in the air before landing. The crowd gave scores for both the hit and the subsequent fall. The spectacle earned an 8 out of 10, would have been higher, but the landing lacked grace. But perhaps the most medieval of all fair entertainment was the mystery performance, because in an age before widespread literacy or standardized entertainment, performance could mean anything literally. Street performers would show up claiming various talents. I can juggle 4 objects. Could barely juggle 2. I can swallow swords. It was actually a carefully prepared trick sword with a retractable blade, but it looked impressive. I can predict the future. No, they couldn't, but they were good at reading people and making vague statements. I have a dancing bear. They did have a bear. Whether it was dancing or just moving in distress was debatable. The dancing bear performances were particularly controversial. The bears were obviously not happy to be there. They'd been trained through methods we're collectively glad we've moved past. But medieval audiences loved them because in a world without zoos or wildlife documentaries, seeing a bear do anything literally was extraordinary, though occasionally the bear would rebel. There are several records of dancing bears deciding they'd had enough and taking a swipe at their handler. The show would end abruptly. The bear would be subdued hopefully, and everyone would agree that was even better entertainment than the actual dancing. Then there were the exotic animal displays, which were usually just normal animals presented as exotic. Behold the rare spotted pig. It had rolled in mud. Marvel at the 2-headed chicken. It was 2 chickens positioned very close together. Witness the miniature horse. It was a pony, and ponies were not particularly rare. People paid to see these displays. People believed the claims, because in an age before photography or quick fact-checking, if someone confidently told you something was exotic, who were you to argue? You'd never left your village. For all you knew, 2-headed chickens were common elsewhere. But the absolute peak of medieval fair entertainment, the thing that drew the biggest crowds and created the most memories, was the inevitable disaster. Every fair had at least one event that went catastrophically wrong and became the story people told for years. Like the time someone decided to demonstrate their new invention, a mechanical bird that could fly. It was essentially a wooden frame with feathers attached. The inventor was very confident. The crowd was very interested. The device was launched from a platform, immediately nose-dived into the ground, shattered into pieces, and startled a horse so badly that it kicked over a merchant's stall. Nobody was seriously injured. The inventor blamed wind conditions. The crowd declared it the highlight of the fair. It was discussed for the next 3 years. Or the pie cooking competition, where someone's oven caught fire, which spread to the thatched roof of a stall, which required every available bucket of water to extinguish, which meant drawing water from the well for hours, which turned into an impromptu bucket brigade that was honestly more organized and entertaining than most of the planned events. The fire was stopped. The pie was never finished. But the bucket brigade became an annual tradition because people remembered it as the year we all worked together, conveniently forgetting they were working together to fix a problem caused by someone's competitive baking ambitions. These disasters were never treated as failures. They were features, not bugs. Medieval entertainment operated on the principle that planned events were good, but unplanned chaos was better. The best entertainment was unpredictable, involved everyone, and created stories that would be embellished and retold until they bore only passing resemblance to reality. Which brings us to the final, most important aspect of medieval entertainment, the retelling, because the event itself was only half the fun. The other half was gathering afterward in taverns, around fires, at wells, and arguing about what happened. I swear the pig jumped 6 feet in the air. It was 3 feet, maximum. I was there, I saw it was at least 5. You were drunk. So were you. These arguments would continue for weeks, with details changing each time the story was told. The pig's jump height would increase. The number of people who fell in the mud would multiply. The cheese that was wrestled over would transform from standard cheddar to the finest aged wheal in all of England. Nobody corrected these exaggerations because exaggeration was part of the entertainment. Accuracy was boring, legend was fun. And in a world where most people would never travel far from home, where books were rare and news was slow, these embellished stories were how culture spread. Did you hear what happened at the Michaelmas fair? No? What? A bear fought 3 men simultaneously. A pig flew over the church, and someone ate an entire cow. None of that happened, but it was more interesting than some people had a reasonably good time, so that's the version that survived. This is why medieval entertainment seems so absurd to us. We're not just seeing what actually happened. We're seeing centuries of exaggeration, embellishment, and enthusiastic lying. The real events were probably still ridiculous, just less dramatically so. But here's the beautiful thing. Medieval people knew this. They knew the stories were exaggerated. They participated in the exaggeration, because the point wasn't historical accuracy, it was shared joy. It was the collective agreement that yes, we're all going to pretend that pig could fly, because it's funnier that way. They raced pigs because pigs were chaotic and available. They wrestled for cheese because cheese was valuable and wrestling was free. They held farting contests because bodily functions were hilarious and everyone could participate regardless of social class. And they told stories about all of it, exaggerated, ridiculous, barely true stories, because entertainment wasn't just about the event itself. It was about building mythology together, creating shared narratives that connected communities across generations. So yes, medieval people did absurd things for fun, but maybe we're the absurd ones for thinking entertainment needs to make sense. Maybe they understood something we've forgotten, that the best fun is the kind you create yourself, with whatever materials are available, and with the understanding that the story you tell afterward matters just as much as what actually happened. They didn't have phones or Netflix or escape rooms. What they had was pigs, cheese, and an impressive commitment to turning absolutely anything into entertainment. And honestly, they made it work